I know this is a little different than how we normally do things, but we do have to officially, since we're going to be voting, we need to officially call this to order and have a roll call to make sure to show that we have quorum.
Okay, perfect. So we are calling our meeting to order, this public hearing portion of our meeting to order at 12:50 on this Wednesday, May 10th. And I'll just go through our roll call here. Michelle Bonaparte. Here. Chris Murin. Here. Jim Hayden. Here. Scott Whitlock. Here. Phil Goodwin. Here. Joe Walker. Here. Krista Leinberger.
Here.
Jessica Heineman.
Here.
Kim Pirati here. So we have 9 commissioners present, which means we have quorum. So as Chrissy mentioned, we will be having a public hearing on Kimberly Apartments. This is pretty exciting. They're looking to get be included in the National Register of Historic Places. The building was built in 1965, making it about 57 years old. And, you know, with us having Oakland Park now and Corey Heights on the way, thanks to Commissioner Bonaparte, it's really quite exciting to see more and more mid-century modern buildings coming before us. So with that being said, then I'll kick it back to you, Christy.
Thank you, Kim. So this is a new process for the commission. So I just want to outline why we're doing this. We are a certified local government, and one of the responsibilities of being a certified local government is providing for public comment and outreach when there are pending National Register nominations anywhere in Charlotte. So it doesn't necessarily have to be in one of our districts. And so this is the Kimberly Apartments are at 1300 Reese Road. If you're familiar with the Park Road Shopping Center, they're right behind that. And this is to satisfy federal and state requirements. And this is required in advance of the North Carolina National Register Advisory Committee meeting. And their meeting is being held on June 9th. So we issued a press release and we're having a public hearing. It also requires a vote of the commission either to support this or not support this. So after we close the public hearing, you know, by providing opportunities for anyone who wishes to comment or ask questions, the commission will vote. And I think we should leave the public hearing open a little bit. The original plan was to start at 12:30, leave it open till 1. So maybe we can circle back to this after maybe item number 2 on our agenda.
Sure, that sounds perfect.
Okay. But the National Register, for anyone who doesn't know, it's the nation's official list of historic buildings, districts, archaeological sites, and other resources. And there are no restrictions being on the National Register. It is an honorary designation. There's no requirements of the property owners to, you know, maintain their building in a specific way or do updates. It's honorary, and there are tax credits available for places listed in the National Register. And this is of local significance. Like Kim said, it was built in 1965. It's significant for its architecture. And I have a few pictures. I have the statement of significance, which talks about, you know, the criterion for architecture and how the architecture is important. And it also mentions that cooperative apartments and what was going on nationwide with cooperative apartments and how co-ops were big in large cities, but in the 60s, Charlotte wasn't a large city. And so the Kimberly was one of the first cooperative apartments built in Charlotte. So that also makes it important. And it has a bunch of contributing features, not just the building, but their Japanese rock garden. They have carports, their elevated walkway, they have the mid-century concrete block walls, their pool, kidney-shaped pool, and their grill area was also really important. Here's the elevated walkway connecting to the Park Road Shopping Center. This is the Japanese rock garden. These are the original carports that were built. And then just some shots of the first floor lobby are on the right, and then an example photo of one of the one of the units with all of its original features and original patio. So with that, I don't know if we have anyone joining us. Jack Thompson was planning to join us, but I don't know with our late start if his schedule still permitted. He's here. I might turn it over to Jack because not only is this being listed in the National Register, but they're also looking to local landmark this as well. So Jack, are you with us? Would you like to share anything about the building or the process that you know?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. If you
Wonderful.
could, for the court reporter, if you would just state your name, title, and address, please.
Yes, my name is Jack Thompson. I'm the Executive Director of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Historic Landmarks Commission. My address is 10401 McCoy Road, Huntersville, North Carolina.
Okay.
And thank you for the opportunity to speak. I will be brief. I know the commission has an extraordinary agenda for today. On September 27th of 2021, the Historic Landmarks Commission was successful in getting an ordinance passed by the Charlotte City Council designating the Kimberly Apartments as a local historic landmark. This designation includes the common areas within the interior of the building, the exterior of the building's landscape and hardscape elements and associated auxiliary structures, including without limitation, the elevated walkway and the land listed under the entire tax parcel. HLC staff and the commission is very supportive of this National Register nomination process, and we hope that it can move forward with great success. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jack.
Thank you. Is there anyone else on the line that would like to ask questions or speak about this project? I think he was our only caller.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So
Any members of the commission have any questions?
commissioners, any feedback for Jack or the members of Kimberly Apartments? Okay. So no, not currently.
Okay, great. Well, like I said, we'll leave this public hearing open until after case number 2, and then we'll take a brief pause and come back and the commission will
Vote on it. Okay. All right. Sounds great. So then I will just kick it off with our usual, the Charlotte Historic District Commission welcomes you. Sure. Okay.
It should only take a minute or so.
All right.
So there is one other thing to talk about is we talked about this at our retreat in March. We selected some applicants to support in their bid to be a commissioner. We have a new applicant for the Wilmore seat. So as you know, PJ's term is up and he has helped us find a new member for the Wilmore seat. We only have one applicant, and I do want to just make everyone aware that we still are looking for applications for Oakland Park, Hermitage Court, and Dilworth, business operator of Dilworth. But today we're talking about Wilmore. And the applicant's name is Sarah Wheat. Her application was submitted on April 19th. Sarah lives in the district. The Charlotte Museum of History Preservation Awards awarded her and her husband a preservation award for residential architecture in the category of preservation. And she has also worked in preservation before with Preservation Austin when she lived in Texas. So she has some knowledge of preservation and what it takes to restore historic houses. But I thought I might turn it over to PJ if you want to say anything about Sarah and her capabilities.
Yeah, and absolutely. So, I mean, Sarah Wheat would be a great candidate for this. I mean, she has a history of preservation, not only in Austin when she lived there, but also in Charlotte. I mean, she took, her and her husband took a dilapidated house in Wilmore, just a block and a half down the street from me, and really the passion that they put into it to renovating and restoring that house is absolutely amazing. So I mean, I can't think of a better candidate with background on preservation, out of state and in state. It would make it a great addition to this commission.
There are wonderful pictures of Sarah's home online, actually. And so you can see exactly what PJ is talking about, the project that she and her husband took on and did an amazing job with. And so I'll just say, just kind of doing a little research on Sarah. She has come before the board before. And she, I think, would be a great addition to the board because she knows what the process is like. And clearly it's a passion of not only her, but she and her husband. So I think that's very exciting. And I also want to say that she's going to have big shoes to fill because, I was secretly hoping that we could keep PJ and Jessica actually just a little longer. We all know that PJ is not only knowledgeable, he does the work, and he's really gracious with our applicants and a joy to have on the team. So the fact that he went out and did what we would expect PJ to do, get a suitable replacement, I think speaks volumes. So thank you for your service, PJ, and thank you for finding us a suitable replacement for you.
Thank you. And you're going to like her a lot better.
So let me pass out microphones because we need to vote on whether or not to support Sarah's bid to be a commissioner.
All
I
right.
have two members online that we could maybe start with.
Okay. All right. So why don't we start, shouldn't we have a motion? Yes. So we don't have Commissioner Lineberger and Commissioner Heineman. We don't have microphones in the room. So if one of you agrees with Sarah Wheat as a replacement for PJ for the Wilmore seat, will you float a motion, please?
Can you remind us what the motion is? Is it to forward the recommendation?
Yes, to recommend the nomination of Sarah to the resident owner Wilmore seat to the mayor.
Okay, I'll make a motion. Maybe Krista will be my second to recommend Sarah Wheat to the mayor for the Wilmore seat.
All right. Motion made by Commissioner Heineman, seconded by
I'll second.
Commissioner Lineberger. Thanks, ladies. All right. Any discussion of the motion before we vote? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Bonaparte? Yes. Commissioner Muirn?
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden?
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin?
Yes.
Commissioner Walker?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to recommend Sarah Wheat to the mayor for the Wilmore seat passes 10-0.
Great, thank you. We're gonna transfer the annual report presentation to the June meeting,
Okay,
but I will say we are gonna post it on our website and we'll be glad to send it out to y'all so you can read it in advance. But Cindy's done some historical looking at numbers. The one number I'd like to share from this year is between July 1st, 2021 and December 30th, 2021, we did almost the same amount of staff reviews as we did in the entire year of 2018.
wow.
So kudos to Cindy and Candace for that.
Kudos to our killer team.
Okay.
who-
All right, and back to you to officially start the public hearing of our cases.
All right. The Charlotte Historic District Commission welcomes you to the May 11th meeting. And in fact, the record needs to be corrected from earlier. I believe I said May 10th. May 11th meeting. I'm Kim Parati, chairperson, and I call this meeting to order at 1:05 p.m. Also sitting on today's commission are Phil Goodwin, Jim Hayden, Chris Muirn, Michelle Bonaparte, Joe Walker, Scott Whitlock, and PJ Henningsen who are present in the meeting room. The rest of the commissioners participating remotely include Jessica Heineman and Krista Lineberger. Also present are Christy Harpst, Cindy Kohanek, Candace Leidy, Jill Sanchez-Myers, Linda Keach, and Candy Thomas. I would like to start by acknowledging that we're conducting this meeting using a remote online platform. I ask for your patience today as we proceed. There may be slight delays as we transition between speakers, participants, and presentations. Participants in today's evidentiary hearings were required to provide a copy of any presentation, document, exhibit, or other material that they wish to submit during the evidentiary hearing prior to today's meeting. All such materials, as well as a copy of city staff's presentations and documents, were posted online prior to this meeting and may be viewed by visiting the HDC webpage. No case is proceeding today in which anyone contacted the city to object to the remote online meeting platform. For everyone participating in today's virtual meeting, we ask that the following guidelines be observed. Please mute your audio when you're not speaking. Use only one source of audio, computer or phone. Do not put your phone on hold. Make sure you're in a quiet area. Please turn off or silence electronic devices and do not speak over the person talking or you'll be asked to leave the meeting. Please use the raise your hand tool. Please do not speak unless recognized by the chair or by staff. Because the commission is a quasi-judicial body, any speaker for or against an application must be sworn in. Due to the remote online nature of today's proceedings, any individual wishing to speak for or against an application was asked to sign up and provide any additional evidence in advance of the meeting. During the hearing, I will open the floor to anyone who has joined the meeting today by telephone. When it is your turn to speak, please begin by stating your name and address. The review of each application consists of the presentation of the application and deliberation. The application is presented by the HDC staff. The applicant presents their testimony for the application. Other parties wishing to speak for or against will be given reasonable time to present factual sworn testimony based on the HDC design standards. The HDC may question the applicant and HDC staff members. HDC staff and the applicant will be given an opportunity for rebuttal and final comments. The HDC shall close the hearing for discussion and deliberation. During discussion and deliberation, only the commission and staff may speak. An HDC member may request the hearing to be open for further questioning. The HDC will craft a motion for approval, continuation, or denial. A majority vote of the commission present is required for a decision to be reached. A final vote by the HDC will end the hearing. If you'll be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? Please be mindful we have a court reporter present who is responsible for making an accurate and complete record of these proceedings. The reporter must be able to hear and understand. Everyone present must state their names and addresses before they speak. Speak clearly, loudly, and one at a time. The reporter will interrupt only when absolutely necessary to get clarification on what was just said or to alert speakers that they are having difficulty hearing or understanding. Are there any questions? All right, let's get started.
Okay, so I have one caveat. When we start application number 1, which is on our consent agenda, the applicant is not here. Our attorney has confirmed that we can hear it as consent, but if someone wants to remove it from consent, then we can't hear it without the applicant present. So the first application is 1001 Mount Vernon Avenue. It is for an accessory structure in the rear yard along Lexington Avenue. So you can see on this chart, it's going to be set right back here at the back right corner of the property. The applicant has provided a site plan that shows its relation between the neighboring property. And we also have the streetscape survey as well on slide 16 and rear yard open space calculations on slide 14. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to you, and I'm glad to answer any questions. Back to you, Kim.
All right. Any objection to, well, first, Christy, do we have anyone on the line wishing to speak for or against this?
No.
Okay. Commissioners, do we have any objection to keeping this on the consent agenda? All right, I'm not hearing any. So why don't we have, yes, Commissioner Walker.
I don't have any objection. I just had a question, if I can ask that. I couldn't find the height of the primary structure.
Let's see here.
That would be on the survey. Let's see here. Let's check the clear one on slide 15. It looks like it's 33.3 feet.
Okay. Any other questions or concerns? All right. Well, why don't we get a motion going? Commissioner Bonaparte, do you mind leading us on this one?
Certainly. I would like to approve this application as it is not incongruous with the district and meets the standards for accessory buildings 8.10 and new construction, chapter 6. And I'd like to apply the following conditions, though, that the applicant provide manufacturer specifications that meet the HGC standards for new windows, doors, including the garage doors, and updated drawings to show that the height of the accessory building will be less than 24 feet.
All right, perfect. Thank you, Commissioner Bonaparte. Do we have a second for the motion?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Goodwin. Do we need further discussion of this motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Muirn,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to approve passes 10-0. Thank you.
Okay, moving right along to our next application, 814 East Boulevard. I believe that the applicant just showed up, so has not been sworn in.
Okay,
We're looking for Robbie Johnson. Are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Hi, has Jill joined you?
She's right there beside me.
Okay, so we'll need you both to raise your right hand and listen to the Chairwoman Parati right now.
all right. Robbie and Jill, if you'll raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Is that both of you?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, we both. said-
Okay, perfect. Thank you both.
Okay, thank you. Again, this application is 814 East Boulevard. It was continued from our March 9th meeting. The reasons for continuance are listed on the first page of the memo. And the revised proposal is also listed a little further down on the second page of the memo. With that, I'm going to turn it right over to the applicants to explain the changes in their project. Jill and Robbie, if you would both state your names and your addresses for the court reporter, please, and then let me know what page you would like to start on.
Okay, my name is Jill Smith-Wheelock, and my address is 3427 Wickford Place in Charlotte.
And this is Robbie Johnson, 1605 Sterling Road, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Okay, and I'm on slide 6. Let me know, that's the written description and materials. Let me know where you'd like to go next.
Do you think we can start with the front elevation? So, or maybe, no, let's start with page 9. So page 9 kind of shows our, you know what, let's just start with page 10. That's easier. I'm sorry. Let's just start with page 10. So a lot of our discussion was about modifying windows, changing some of our doors and adding more windows, and the relationship of dormers and roof angles. And I guess, Robbie, I need to kind of turn to you on. We've changed it. You can see that we changed it, but
Yeah, we changed the dormer based on your comments with the different pitch, a little more detail, scale of the windows. We've changed the gable over the front porch area, changed that, add a little more detail and brackets to that, based on all the comments that we received from the last review with you guys.
so I think on the next page, on page 11, you can see that we've changed the pitch of that roof as well, and added the windows that we talked about at our last meeting, and altered our smaller window to have just a different personality to it. I think that we have slightly raised the elevation. Do you know what it is on the roof?
See,
It still falls below the building next door and in the same streetscape, but we raised it just a little bit to get that angle a little steeper, like we talked about at our last meeting. And then if you go to 12, thank you, we really added a lot of glass on the back of our kind of funky roof element, our cantilever portion, and shifted it back over to the side just to give it kind of that asymmetrical character.
and created a hip roof on it in lieu of the shed that we had previously.
And you can see there's a hip roof on the original.
And here we've provided the elevation from the existing house to the new house, which I don't think we had all the detail and stuff in this that you wanted last time, so we provided everything there.
Hey, I'm sorry, this is Christy. Robbie and Jill, we're having a hard time hearing y'all in the meeting room. Can you maybe get closer to your microphone?
Yeah, I think that happened last time, so we're close. Can you hear better now?
No. Okay. Just,
Can you hear
Robbie,
better now?
just use your outdoor voice and speak louder.
Okay, can you hear better
Thanks.
now?
Take it to you.
Can you hear better now?
Yeah, that's a little better.
Okay. All right, so this was the elevation that's between the two houses. And we raised the gable on this. Basically created more detail. You can see that from the dormer on the backside of the room. And just provided the detail that you guys were asking for previously.
So slide 14 is, again, the details that were in our last presentation, trying to show the details that we're mimicking and trying to use again. You've already seen those. Slide 15 is more detail that you asked us about, the detail around the windows and the trim and the column details and bracket details. I think we've added a bracket picture that's later, I think. So I think our next slide is the detail of how our bridging elements are going to be attached to the historic house and how we see those elements going together. Since it's mostly glass, we have how we're going to attach those support pieces for the glass to the existing historic house, and a similar attachment, of course, to the new building. But the detail for the historic building, I know, was a concern that we're not tearing that up. So our next slide is just refers to a lot of the detail and reference the pictures that we were trying to kind of play off of or pull from the original building. And it's just comparative. Again, yeah, sorry. This is the new building with that just very slight change in the height. This is the old streetscape, and then I think next page is the new streetscape. It's almost the same. That's across the street, which is, of course, already changed. But and then you can see what's existing now on the next slide. It's just an empty lot at the moment. And then I think we go to the next piece. It's kind of our bridging piece that we talked about before. So after our discussion about scale and 3D images and massing, we went back and we kind of picked two options for the front bridging piece, and then provided a lot more detail on the back bridging piece. And the reason we chose to do two is that one of them, in option one, is closer to the front than the second option, but it is lower. So I could see some arguments for perhaps the option one, which is lower, would be less visually impacting than the second option, which is higher and more visible from the street. So I just wanted to share both with you. And of course, for our images, we removed all of the base planting, foundation planting, which will go back and we will have significant landscaping, but you can't see anything when you have all of the landscaping and crepe myrtles and trees that I have. So most of those have been pulled out of the 3D rendering so that you can actually see the building. So,
So here in option one, you see the glass walkway in the front. That is at the first floor level. I want to make that clear that it is low to the ground at the first floor level of the two houses. And when we go to option two, which would be go to the
I think you only had option one. I didn't remove any. There's option one again on slide 27. And then we had some option 1, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, and then 33 looks like maybe option 2.
no, that's actually, we wanted you to be able to see the back portion with the front portion removed, because I know that's hard to see when there's something front. So that's just so that you can just see the front view of that back portion.
Is it down further?
it should be
Slide 45.
an option two in there.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Option 2 on slide 45, 46,
Sorry,
maybe, nope, that's option 1 again. Option 2, slide 51.
yeah, that's it.
Yeah, so sorry.
So option two, what it is showing the original approach that we had in our last discussions and the bridge from the house on the left. to the house-
Robbie, we're having a really hard time hearing you. It sounds muffled. I don't know what Joe's doing, but if you could do that, that would be wonderful.
Okay. I'm actually holding the speaker to the mouth now.
Just be louder, probably.
So option two has the bridge
Perfect.
in the existing house. When you come up the steps and you hit the landing, we were going to take the bridge across at that landing and hit the landing on the other side of the house, which raises the bridge much higher off the ground and makes it more visible, we think. So that's why we looked, when we started building models and everything, we went back and looked at option one, which was bringing it a little more to the front, but lower to the ground, which kind of hides it more. So that was the difference between option one and option two. One is a little further back, but connecting at a higher level. And option one is a little more towards the front, but connecting at a lower level. So I just want to point out those differences there. And that'll be shown in the renderings when we get to that.
Actually, maybe now's a good time to look at the renderings.
What was that, Jen? I didn't understand what you said.
Sorry, I think, yeah, so now is a good time, I think, to look at the renderings. There's a lot of line drawings, but I know in our last meeting, it was just really hard to visualize that. So this is option one, with all of my plants removed. And this is actually all fully landscaped across between these buildings right now. But we just felt like this kind of, at least I felt like this felt less visual. And this is, of course, close enough for you to see exactly where that opening will go. And that's as far back as I can go because from there, I have the stairs and the historic building. So I can't push this level back any further until I get to the back bridging piece. So I'd like to go to the street view. What page is that? This, yes, 29. Thank you. That gives you, thank you very much. Gives you kind of a better idea. Again, all my bushes and landscaping and everything is missing, but it can give you a sense of what you will see from the sidewalk. That's kind of a sidewalk view as you're walking by. And I felt like this one was just a little lower profile. So if we want to go to, yeah, go ahead to go to 30. That's all the way past the sidewalk. That's kind of the street view of what we're doing. If you want to go to 31, you can see the parking lot view of the two-story attachment that we were talking about before. So it has just a tunnel across on the second floor, and then it has a larger space that you can see on the first floor. That's actually controlled by, I have an existing historic staircase into the basement has that white railing around it that you can see inside the structure. I'm trying to just enclose the entire staircase in the porch rather than, I can't really cut it or separate it or whatever. So I'm just going to put it all inside. And that's kind of where the width of that building comes from. It's enough room to get out of the building and include that basement stair. And I think, okay, yeah. So this is the back view, I mean, the front view of just that bridging piece in the very back. And you can see again on the left in the bottom of that downstairs room is that white railing, and that is my basement stair that I'm enclosing. So it's just a big rectangle in the middle of the room that I'm going to enclose. But that way, that'll just stay exactly as it is historic and be protected. So let's go to 34. I think 34 has it. Yeah, so you can see the existing historic building right now. There's a porch area that is, it's the building that's on the upper right. Thank you. And you can see those two on the left are the stairs actually that go into the basement. So the porch will go and be part of the interior area, but that porch in the back, the railed area I'm trying to show you is exactly that area in the middle there. So that's what I have to just encapsulate inside the building. And then some details of my brackets and columns and things like that. And 36 shows you for the two-story element where that attachment will go. I guess not much to explain except that it includes that stairs, that maybe that line is a little bit off, but it includes that stair and then most of the doorway, but the porch will stay pretty much the way it is, won't be affected on the front. That great big stairwell on the back will not change. And my sun porch area that's enclosed in the house now will not be connected in any way. I think at this point, we need to look at option 2. What number is that?
Starts at 45, I believe.
Thank you.
45.
So, okay, so you can see that's the connection to the new building. And if you go back to 44, that's the old building, isn't it? No, yeah,
That's option 1.
okay, sorry, 46. Yeah, so that's option 2 and how it connects. So if we look, you can see that area that we're at right there in the middle is the landing of the stairway. There's a double window on the building right now. And we would just walk across the landing right there to the other building. I can't walk below the staircase. It's too low. It's a 7-foot ceiling in that bathroom. So I would love to connect there, but I can't. It's just not, it's not tall enough and I'm not going to tear up the historic stair. So that's kind of what's controlling my choice. And I guess if we can scroll down to see the 3D renderings of that, so you can kind of see a visual of that. What page is that we're on?
We could just scroll down, Chrissy, until you hit the.
I'm sorry, I don't have all of the presentation at my fingertips.
Option 2 is shown on the site plan,
Yes,
slide 51.
There should be renderings of option 2 as well.
I think
Scroll down.
down into the 60s is where we have the.
There were not, we only had one set of renderings because the March presentation starts on slide 54.
There wasn't a 3D rendering that we included in the.
Joe, we can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I was just asking what happened to our other 3D rendering pictures, because I know we have them and I looked at them, so I'm trying to figure out what we did, that we lost track of them. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Can you just go back to the 3D rendering pictures that are included and see if maybe we accidentally slipped it in with the other pieces?
Yep. Slide 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, and then that's it. Yeah, so this was all, I sent that email out on the 29th of April. It's all posted online. So we always recommend, people double check what's posted so we can catch these things and add them back in for you.
Well, if you'll stay right at the rendering you're at now, option 2, if you could imagine that walkway pushed back.
It's frustrating. I cannot hear them.
Can you hear me now?
We're getting feedback from your room. We can hear ourselves talk.
Okay, is that better?
Yes.
Okay, so if you can imagine this walkway, pushed back probably about 6 feet or so and raised up probably about 7 feet. That's what option 2 would look like.
So right here's the double window. It'd be right there.
It would be up at that double window. It would take the place of that double window. And that's why we created option one. We just felt like getting it lower to the ground, letting the landscape help hide it would make it a better option. And I think, I mean, it's shown in the sections, you can see all that.
Okay, you all can feel free to move on, continue.
Slide 33, I think it is. Can we look at that one real quick? Yeah. So I guess, I think this is kind of there's a lot of detail that you wanted us to respond to, and we tried to do that. Obviously the brackets in my rendering are not the scale that they're actually going to be. Some of that gets lost in the rendering, but I think that we've tried to respond to everything. I do apologize that we're missing some of our renderings. And that only gives you one option to look at right now. But I think that we've covered everything that y'all asked us to cover.
Okay, thank you, Jill and Robbie. Sorry, we're having some feedback in the room and it's distracting.
Jill and Robbie, can you turn your volume off on your computer? Or just down?
And we don't have the volume on the computer. I can try to turn it off on the speaker or down on the speaker.
Yes, that would be great.
Why don't we just mute ourselves until we're going to respond?
Okay. All right, Chrissy, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers.
All right. Commissioners, questions of the applicants? Yes, Commissioner Meeran.
Yeah, I've got a quick question for you as it pertains to this, the breezeway. Dramatically, do you need both breezeways? I mean, is it possible that just what we're seeing on slide 33 currently, that could happen in real life and you're not having that front option that you've been walking us through?
I'm going to speak for Jill right now, and she may jump in. For the offices to function together and work in a cohesive manner, it does benefit her greatly to have both of the walkways. One would be more for the rear one would be more for a public type area, and the front one would be more for her doctors and animals and stuff to transfer back and forth between the two buildings without going through the waiting room.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah, each house has a different function in regards to how the animals are treated, so they will move back and forth between the two. So it does benefit her greatly.
I see where you have 3 different roof pitches on the building. Is that true?
3 different roof pitches, which
Yeah. There's one on the dormer, there's a different one on the front gable, and then there's another one on the side gable, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, we were trying to get the proportions of them to look, proportionally right on the facade, so we do have 3 different pitches.
Okay. And I'm sorry, what is the height of the second building? Maybe I overlooked it from grade to ridge.
Just a second, can you pull that up?
It's measured 24.5 on their elevations. There's one elevation that goes down to grade, but I think it's the high side versus the low. Yeah, there you go, 1 foot 7 3/4 plus their overall pitch.
Do the floors on each building align with each other, or is there a delta? So you'll be
They do
the
align.
second story.
No, we have set it up so that they do align with each other.
Okay, thank you.
So wait, what is the answer? 28, 4.5?
The top of the new structure will be 28, 8 3/4.
Okay,
26, excuse me, 26, 8 3/4.
I would like to note that the 26 is from finished floor, not from grade.
It is from finished floor, correct.
so from grade to ridge is,
Grade would add about 1'7" plus or minus.
On the short side, and we don't know what it would be from the low side,
okay.
as shown on slide 37.
All right,
But we have maintained the height to be a little less than the existing house adjacent to this.
I'm sorry, Robbie, what?
The new structure is slightly lower than the existing structure.
Sure, yes, yep, I just wanted that number. Commissioners, Commissioner Walker?
Yeah, I have a question. Can you tell me what the distance is between the two houses previously and now?
Exactly.
It's exactly the
It's
same.
exactly the same. It was measured and we have set it exactly the same.
It's 15 feet, 3 inches, I think. So we'll check our ground.
The Breezeway does seem to have a lighter touch than it did last time. Thank you for that. Commissioners, any other questions? No? Yeah, Commissioner Goodwin.
Yeah, do you have a preference on which option for the Breezeway?
I personally prefer one because I feel like it's less visible. I know that it's closer to the front, but I have several crepe myrtles that are planted in that area. And I think it'll kind of disappear since it's all glass and it's narrow. So I personally prefer one.
Yes, thank you. And I would agree with that. It seems to have a more graduated look. And I think that it would fit better as opposed to one that's up in the air and be less conspicuous, even though you have engineered it to be light and airy, which is great. I think either way would look good, but I think option one is the better look. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions, commissioners, before we close for deliberation? Going once, going twice? Anything you want to add, Robbie and Jill, before we close?
I don't think so.
No, I think we're good at this point.
Commissioner Parati, this is Commissioner Heineman. My raise my hand function doesn't seem to be working on WebEx.
Okay. Well, just thank you for jumping in.
So I have a couple of questions. The first is, can you tell us a little bit about the, can you tell us what the overhang dimensions are on the rakes and the eaves?
We're pulling it up right now.
Okay.
It is not as dramatically overhung as the original, but we did have some structural inspections with the original building that, and some don't put furniture here recommendations that we'd rather not recreate again. I'm sure that that won't happen, but it's less, but it's still pretty significant. It's 3 feet, 30 inches. I'm sorry, it's the 30-inch overhang.
So it's a 30-inch, is that the rake or the eave? Are they both 30 inches? I'm looking at slide 13.
At this point, we have them both at 30 inches.
So
We didn't get that dimension.
So Christy, I'm looking at slide 13, which I think is the one that you have up for all of us to look at.
Yes.
And if I'm looking at the overhang on slide 13 and that's 30 inches, that would make the windows over 5 feet wide. Is that correct? Relative?
You're asking us.
We'll
look at the window schedule again.
hold on just a second.
Okay.
They are really large. I know that that's true. And
Okay. Maybe that's where I'm misunderstanding it.
No, our windows are really large, and the original windows were not quite this large, but my building next door, Lady Grace, has enormous 1/1 windows. And I kind of like the more glass, and I like the natural lights and the detail of the bigger windows. So I did choose a lot of big windows.
Okay,
The windows
that may
are-
help me understand it better. And certainly I think East Boulevard can afford that scale and grace in windows. So I appreciate that explanation.
Okay,
So the overhangs are 30 inches, rakes and eaves.
Yes, at this point, that's what we are proposing.
Okay, on the front elevation, Christy, can you go to slide, I think it's 17? Can you talk to us about the material in the dormer's gable ends?
All right, so that would be a siding, a wood siding, horizontal siding. And the top part would be more of a smooth type finish, with some trim board on it.
And then on the side elevations, Christy, even just the next slide, slide 18. Can you talk to us about this, the banding detail with the tighter, is it a tighter lap siding? What are we looking at here?
It is a tighter lap siding, just to break that facade up, where we have the small roof coming across, and then we take it to a much, kind of just smaller, tighter siding.
Okay, and then Christy, if you can stay on this slide, slide 18, and then toggle to slide 19, or if it's possible to see them both in the same view by zooming out. My question has to do with, I understand you're trying to recreate the qualities of the cantilevered sunroom on the old house, which we all really loved. Coming around the corners of this room, and in the old house, it had, you know, this triple gang window on the back, and coming around the side, we had the same size windows. I understand we can't really do that with the roof configurations on the new house, but it appears that what we're looking at is, and I'm referencing slide 19, which is the rear elevation of the new house, is this kind of triple gang window in the middle, which references back to the historic house. The large windows to the right and left of that, but coming around the corners, we have windows that are a third size that are much smaller.
Correct.
And can you tell us about that?
Well, honestly, that's the biggest window that I could fit. And the original cantilevered room was a kind of a scramble of windows. The drawings don't really do it justice. But it was, windows had been added in. There was actually a circular window that was covered on that area. And none of the windows matched as you went around the room.
Thank you for that explanation. I believe it, having worked in many of these houses. I think I may have just, I understand you were trying to draw the as-builts from a building whose parts didn't exist anymore. And so thank you. That explanation was helpful. I don't know how the rest of the commission will feel about this, but from my perspective as a commissioner, I think to accomplish the reading of that cantilevered sunroom, I'm going to be looking for a slightly more consistency as the windows in the height of the windows as they turn the corner. I think we can accomplish what you're trying to accomplish with the relative proportions between the windows. but I think a consistency in the height of the windows is probably going to be something that's important for that reading. And then the other thing that I have on my list here is I think, Christy, if we can go to the slide 18, the right side elevation, and I'm looking at what's tagged as the A window, which is the triple gang, and then in the front, the gable window. I think what we're looking for is for the relative proportions of the, you know, quote unquote panes, the STDLs in these windows to proportion to the across the house in a relative proportion. And so in most of the windows, we have this kind of slightly tall pane, but in this dormer and in the triple gangs and in a couple on the back, we have this sort of extremely narrow and tall pane. And I think, you know, I'll use this slide 18 as an example. There's a triple gang towards the back of the house where I think the proportions are worked out very cleanly. The 4/1, 3/1, and 4/1. And there's a couple that are so tightly, the grain is so tight and the proportion is so much taller and narrower that they almost look like they're from a different house. So we might be looking for some adjustments to the proportions of the STDLs to speak that language. That's everything on my list.
We don't have a problem with that.
Thanks.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Heidemann. All right, so we will now close for deliberation. Commissioner Murin, if you would, please, sir, just kick us off in discussion.
Yeah, sure. I agree with Phil with what you were talking about with option one being kind of the way to go. So everything that I'm talking about is going to pertain to that. I think option two for me, it shows a new floor line to the front street because we're calling out the landing on the stairs. And to me, it takes away that historical elevations of the floors. And we, you know, it reads so clearly on the front. So that to me doesn't work. I think looking at slide, I want to say 42, but I'll let Christy get there and see if my math is right. No, 43 maybe? Yes, so 43. And then I think 44 shows the reverse side of it. But for me, that front breezeway, and I understand programmatically they're using it for a difference between the back, but that's the front room of the house. And we've talked about on other historical houses that, you know, trying to keep that integrity and the patterning of the windows in that front room. And it's almost too close to the front of the house for me. I don't know how everybody else feels. That's something that just stuck out to me. And especially the difference of that being so far forward and in their perspectives, you see that pretty much at any angle. But then, you know, for better or worse, on their slide 33, they did it for reference, but it shows if it's just the back one and how deep that really is and that reveal that's hidden away. So as you're a passing car and at a different pace than experiencing it on foot, I think you're not even going to see that. You're not even going to pick it out unless the light's hitting it and it catches your eye. But here, I mean, you know, they kept the historical windows on the left, the house on the left, and you see that patterning that we're so used to and ask so many people to keep. So for me, that was just kind of something that caught my eye. And then going back to slide 43, Christy, there was something in the thickness that I think, you know, that this is very light, and I think it's awesome and very close to the precedent they showed us, but there's still a detail on where the back, so on the back breezeway, the roof turns over and down. Keep going left, Christy, my left. Yeah, that, and then turns down. And I'm not sure if that detail is something that they need. I would like to see that as kind of thin as possible and almost the same thickness as the floor plate. So that really calls out that trim board that looks like it's delineating the first and second floor. Like they said, they align on both houses. So that's not programmatically, that shouldn't affect or shouldn't differ if that can get lined up, but trying to get away from, I mean, what looks like 3 feet as a turn down for support on that I guess it's a awning at that point that it's supporting. But trying to get that, so visually, especially from the back, and I know that's not as important from the front, but we're keeping it consistent that it's aligning with what's already there architecturally, and some of the moves that the original buildings have set up. Other than that, I mean, I agree wholeheartedly with the discussion on the windows that we've been having, or they have been having online, but there's some other details that I see staff has called out that I would echo as well, that can be caught up by them once those are showed, as far as column size, porch section, railing detailing, HVAC screening, and et cetera.
All right, perfect. Thank you, Commissioner Murin. Any commissioners have anything that they want to add that was not called out by Commissioner Murin? I mean, we're looking at the points we use to continue this application. And I guess, not I guess, I know that our charge is to determine whether or not they answered those. So as it stands right now, we still have some concerns about the bridge, the front bridge, not necessarily the back, and the windows, and the trim board called out by Commissioner Murin. What else do we need to add to the list? Commissioner Henningsen?
I have a general question. If we can stay on this slide, looking at the side gable, you've got vertical markings to represent your brackets. What are the other? Is that a vertical trim to kind of break up, the appearance of the siding? Kind of wish I had a pointer. So let's just start at the ridge. Yeah, that vertical trim in the center, underneath the ridge, and to the left or the right. I'm reading that as trim. Do you all read that as trim as well? Okay. That was it.
Okay. All right. Good catch, Commissioner Henningsen. Anything else that hasn't already been called out, commissioners? Anyone have anything to add? All right. Well, then let's start crafting a motion. It sounds like it's going to be a continuation. And let's address the points. Is everyone okay with the roof pitches and the roof forms? Commissioner Murin, what are your thoughts?
I mean, overall, I think they work. There's nothing glaring to me, like kind of the stuff we've been talking about are called out. So if somebody else has an opinion, I appreciate it. But it went past me in the list that I had.
Sure. Okay.
Just, this is Commissioner Heineman. I'd like to see the overhang dimensions called out.
Okay. Overhang dimensions. All right. Okay. Let's see. How do we feel? I'm just going down our list of for continuing this application. Study the front dormer massing as it relates to the rest of the house. Do you think the applicants have successfully done that? Commissioner Lineberger? Commissioner, yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
I just said I'm pondering that one.
Okay. Commissioner Heineman?
It doesn't feel quite there for me. The gable end articulation feels a little bit stark. And without the material references or the trim references, it's hard to say. Christy, can you switch to slide 17? Oh, or any front elevation slide. Sorry, I didn't realize you were in the 40s.
Number 10 is slide 10 or,
Yeah, this one's fine. The gable end detail, I just don't have enough information to evaluate it. And the current massing of it, the windows feel small relative to the massing of the dormer, and the tightness in the STDL configuration, the pane proportion feels tall and narrow relative to the rest of the design. So I would
All
use
right.
that, 6.12 is what I would reference for that, and 6.15 for the gable end information.
okay.
And that's slide 37.
Thank you.
All right. So that was point 2, the continuation. Let's go back to, let's now pick up at point 3. We asked them to study the rear sleeping porch. I think Commissioner Heineman spoke to the rear elevation and it needing work. Would you restate, please, Commissioner Heineman, what you said to the applicants when we were looking at that rear elevation?
Sure, and Christine,
To what was there? Yeah.
I'll reference slide 19. I think the applicant's response was actually really meaningful, and helpful, that these as-built are an attempt to draw parts of this original structure that just don't exist because of the fire, and that the fenestration in the historic cantilevered sunroom may have been much more of a hodgepodge than what we're seeing in these as-built. So I want to just reiterate that for the record, because I think that was a meaningful contribution to the discussion. I think to recreate the spirit of the cantilevered sunroom, it would be helpful to have a consistency amongst the heights of the windows and a consistency amongst the pane size in the STDLs.
Okay, perfect. And I think that that's going to take us into point 4. Again, we're talking about window light patterns there, mimicking the original structure, which they've done, but we're still having some issues with consistency of the STLs throughout the house. So let's move on to point 5, which is really, I think, the star of the application and always has been, which is the breezeway, the connectors. There were questions about whether or not they could get away with using the one. That would be my preference, because I think the one in the back, based on how they've designed it, just kind of disappears. And thank you so much, Robbie and Jill, for providing the rendering for option 1. I would have loved to have seen it for option 2. So for option 1, it seems as though the breezeway in the back just disappears. The one up front, whether it's higher or lower, I think it's going to be a lot more difficult for it to disappear. I'm going to shoot this over to you, Commissioner Goodwin, because you made some comments that you think that it will work. So will you, Commissioner Murin said that he thinks that you will be able to see it from the street view, which is not really what we want. So, what are your thoughts after hearing the comments on this front breezeway, sir?
I think that is going to be driven a lot by the floor plan and the floor plan needs. If there's a compelling need to have the breezeway closer to the front, I'm still okay with it. Again, I like the graduated look with respect to the one in the rear. I think that landscaping can be employed to help screen it. However, I agree with Commissioner Murn that it would be better to move it back, but I don't know what kind of difficulties that might cause with regard to the design and especially the layout of the existing building.
So just not to push the point, Commissioner Goodwin, but our purview is the exterior, right? So if we're just looking at the exterior, we can't, design the interior or concern ourselves with that. So looking at the exterior, if it's just about that, then what are your thoughts?
I personally am okay with it. Again, I think that landscaping could be used very effectively to help screen that breezeway that is relatively close to the front.
Okay. All right, thank you, sir. Commissioner Walker, what say you about the breezeway?
I guess my consideration has to do with the fact that this is precedent setting, so I want to make sure we get it right. I don't know of any other breezeways along the boulevard, nor anywhere else. I think there's one on Kenilworth, on a house that's kind of an odd duck down there. So I'm real concerned about the one that's in the front and the fact that that's fairly visible from the street, cars or sidewalks.
Yeah, I remember when the applicants came in for a workshop, I thought, no way we're gonna allow a breezeway. It's gonna look like a wall. And to their credit, it does not look like a wall, but you're right, it's precedent setting. And we try to avoid that. What about you, Commissioner Hayden? What do you think about the breezeway, sir?
I think the further it can be set back, the more effective the landscaping will be in making it disappear. So
Sure.
I opt for that option.
So option 2 is further back, but higher up.
I think the vegetation will negate that.
Okay.
And it's transparent. A lot of the time, you're just not even gonna see it because of the light. So I think it's fine.
All right, Commissioner Henningsen?
My general comment with option 2 is with the front breezeway kind of being in the middle, if you will, you're losing some of that transparency, right? Because you're going to see more framing members, where option 1 with the front breezeway, aligned with the first story at the back rear breezeway, there's more transparency.
Mm-hmm.
Again, now my next comment's probably more the design. I mean, and in my opinion, if they could get away with one breezeway in the rear, that would be ideal.
Okay, all right. Commissioner Bonaparte?
I think Commissioner Henningsen took the words out of my mouth. The concern about the breezeway being closer to the front of the house, something Commissioner Mirren said was affecting the windows that are there. So if it can be further in the back, I think it disappears with the addition of vegetation. I think it's probably a non-issue or hardly seen. But my concern are the windows in the front if we went with the option that had the breezeway closer to the front.
Sure. All right, Commissioner Lineberger, Commissioner Heineman. Oh, I see Commissioner Heineman. Your raise your hand tool is working. Commissioner Heineman.
Well, I can see Krista raising her hand too, so I'll kick it right after me. I may be on the minority on this. I personally like option 2 better. I think, much as Commissioner Mirren and Commissioner Bonaparte have stated, we do owe a consistency in the intervention and the historic material across these projects. And I think that option 2 complies a little bit better with the Secretary of the Interior standards number 9 and 10 in its preservation of the historic fabric of the existing house. I'm referencing slide 44. Sorry, I'm not referencing slide 44. I'm referencing slide 46. I apologize. And I think this is more consistent with, the precedent that we have set about it not affecting the windows in the front rooms of the historic properties. But I think also, floating it to me does speak of the Secretary of the Interior standards about the narrative of the house and the piece is being undertaken in a way that the old house is so obvious. I mean, these are so obviously the stair landings. To me, it speaks a little bit better to numbers 9 and 10 on the federal standards.
And are you this is if they have 2 breezeways? As a commissioner here on this board, do you some commissioners have said it would be better if it was just the one. What are your thoughts on that?
So again, I might be in the minority on this. I think our mission statement is really about finding ways to adapt to, the changing patterns of the ways that we use these historic structures. And so I think that the ask for sort of a quote unquote front of house attachment and a quote unquote back of house attachment is a reasonable ask based on the mission statement of this commission.
Okay, perfect. Commissioner Lineberger.
Thank you. I really agree with several of the comments that have been made, particularly Commissioner Walker about getting this right. That's been my concern too all along. It's the precedent setting element of this breezeway. And that said, I think that one would be the ideal for me, because of that precedent. And to justify, it's just a challenging, it's challenging for me. I just feel like we, these openings, these additional openings to the existing structure, we were so picky about this and selective with other applicants about additional portals and penetrations to existing structures. And so I just think that given all that said, I would prefer one opening to the rear would be my ideal. I feel like we're all over the board on this, really, but
yeah. Agreed. You said option one, and I know that you've been really adamant about, the front elevation and the parts that we can see, as we all are, right? So option one is still your preferred option, even if it takes out a window.
So I might be confusing this. Option one being, I know I was definitely confused by the missing graphics.
Okay, Krista, I'll just explain for everyone. On slide 43 is option one for the new
Right.
building, so affecting the front room of the house. And then slide 44 is option one for the existing yellow house historic building, taking out this window in the front room. And then slide 45, option two shifts that to more the upper middle of the structure on the new building. And then the stairway opening on slide 46 of the existing two-story yellow building. This is currently a paired window at a stairway landing.
Right. So then I need to correct myself then. The option two would be ideal. And I would prefer though that we got away with just one.
Okay.
Section.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Lineberger. Okay, so let's move on. Provide additional details in regard to trim, porch beam, and columns, eaves, and cornices. That's something that we've already addressed. Site plan, include all required components. It will be good to get the height of the building from grade to ridge. And then show the proposed building and connector in the Zatwell streetscape. Did we get that? The connector, how it connects on the Zatwell streetscape? I don't remember seeing that.
I don't recall seeing that. The Zatwell streetscape.
We saw the Zatwell streetscape, but not with the connector.
Correct.
Okay, so then we'll need to address that too. So hopefully someone's been taking notes while we've been going through this and is ready to make a motion, because it does sound like this will be a continuation, but I need one of you to craft that motion. Commissioner Muir. We're a team.
So for me, I still don't know how to answer number 5.
Number 5.
I'm ready to in my opinion, just say only one bridge and have it in the back. I
Yeah,
mean, I definitely understand our conversations and the ones in the middle, but, going back to slide, the only thing we have to go by 41 to show what the new elevation would look like on option 2, if we don't have it in the front room, doesn't answer the questions for me yet.
so it sounds like what we're saying is, because I think we don't really want to cut off their options, to do two just yet. But this gives them an opportunity to bring their option 2 rendering back so they can show us how it looks, but also maybe even restudying where they put that connector. So if they can take like option 2, for example, but bring it down lower so it's not so visible, that's an option for them. So maybe a restudy of the connector, we just restate that particular point. And we always have the option to say, after seeing your restudy, we have decided that we only want the one, but we should give them the opportunity to restudy it.
Right, so then we would be ruling out option 1 as it affects the first, or that affects the front rooms of the historical house and the new?
Yeah, just doing that roll call, that's what it sounds like.
Okay.
Or round robin, I should say.
All right, I think I'm ready to give this a stab.
Okay.
I move to continue this application as the project does not meet the following design criteria. For 612 and 615 for gable and front dormers, and 612 for the rhythm of these pieces. Consistency of heights and patterns on windows, citing 612 windows. Then what was outlined from the last meeting, 6, 7, and 8. Number 6, provide additional details in regard to trim, porch beam and columns, eaves and cornices, and window wall conditions, which should be 6 inches or greater for gang windows. Number 7, site plan to include all required components. Number 8, show the proposed building and connectors of the Zoutwell streetscape. And then on number 5, per the standards of 2.5, to reevaluate option 2 and its strengths and weaknesses of the, modeling within the context of the old and new, and what that would bring. And then, can I say that's it? So I stop talking on the record and then ask about the gap analysis?
Yeah, absolutely.
For further details, put all those in there too?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
Game on. And then look for further detailing for column size, porch sections, showing beam column detail, railing details and sections, HVAC screening, dimensional materials for site work, including driveways and walkways, and total height and width of connector, and more information about materials and dimensions.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Murin. Seconded by Commissioner Hayden, motion made by Commissioner Murin. Any discussion of this motion?
Actually, I have a general question, and given that there's two distinct properties, has it been discussed why there would be 2 certificate of appropriateness for that?
So speak up and into the mic, Commissioner Whitlock, and Christy will answer. You want to restate it, Christy?
So once this is approved, you guys will basically give staff the ability to write the COA for the other building. We will require a separate application. But you're essentially, it's on one lot. So this is slightly unique in the fact that it's one parcel number with 2 buildings on it. Usually these are on separate parcel numbers. So technically, since both buildings are on it, we can write the COA to connect both. We can do it multiple ways is what I'm trying to say.
A connector COA.
Yeah.
Thanks for that question.
But that's a very insightful question. Yes, thank you.
All right. Any other discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote.
Sorry, this is Commissioner Heineman. Can I say something?
Yes, sorry, Commissioner Hyman, I didn't see your card up there. Yes.
Fine. I just wanted to note in the discussion about this restudy of option 2 that if our justification for the sort of precedent setting qualities of option 1 is the preservation of the historic fabric on the other building, we need to recognize that option 2 is addressing an existing historic stair landing on the other building. So bringing the connector down is in conflict with essentially what we're asking, which is to preserve the historic character of that building. So I think if we're allowing the restudy and we want to see the renderings, which I think is true, I think they're going to be incredibly helpful. That's great, but I don't know that we're really asking them to change the qualities of it absent the turn down at the back.
I think one of the things that came up in our discussion was that option 1 wasn't the best option because it affected the look of the home from the front elevation. So that was the deal. I know for me personally, it was that, okay, we're so protective of that front elevation. So that if it moved back and it was down, then that would be a completely different ballgame. Thoughts?
I think with the existing stair landings, I mean, the applicant had already stated that the headroom underneath that landing was not adequate to meet code for the connector.
Okay.
So I don't want to be asking them something that's impossible to do. I think we need to have a little more, in the best interest of the applicant, we need to have a little more clarity on what we're asking of them and what we're willing to consider.
So then maybe it could be that we get the rendering of option 2 and we decide whether or not that works. We believe that works.
In my opinion, that has a lot more clarity.
Okay.
To it.
All right.
Yep.
How do you feel about that, Commissioner Muir?
Well, I just think slide 41 is starting to show us that. And so I think that everything we've talked about how clear and how light this connection is going to be, like you can see here that we have 1, 2, 3, 4 strong horizontal lines, 2 of which do not hold truths to anything that's in the actual building. They're part of the vertical circulation in the stair landing. And then there's going to be a 5th one that is going to be the datum of the historical elevation of the 2nd story. So we're not even going to see that. And we're going to see that bridge in perspective. So that bottom line, as thin as it wants to be, is going to be rendered thicker because we are below it considerably as we walk past it. So I'm fine with asking that, but that's where my rub is, just on the whole number 5 or whatever number this is.
So I personally hear that. For me, not being a visual person, seeing this as opposed to the renderings that they did, I think makes a difference. For me, it's like seeing it in 2-dimensional versus 3-dimensional form. I don't think that it won't look like this. So I'd like to take a different view.
Right.
Or at least give them some time to think it through. We might ultimately come back to what you're saying, which is 1 connector is enough. Or we're only allowing 1 connector, but it would be good to give them some more time and to see it differently. And besides, they have the renderings, so why not show it?
Right. Yep, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, I think even as 1 connector, they have 2 pathways. So if they're separating the public from the private, they still have that opportunity depending on interior programming. But easier said than done because I'm not doing that.
Sure.
All right.
So is that friendly amendment accepted?
I don't think it was a friendly amendment. I think it was saying that we're contradicting ourselves.
So will you, because now I'm confused because I thought that we said restudy option 2. So if.
Right, but then she said that we were contradicting ourselves with the historical characteristics of the house by adding a new datum with the landings?
Well, saying no. Jessica, I'll let you say what you said.
I think I just want to give the applicant more clarity on whether we're asking them to restudy it or whether we're asking to see the additional rendering materials that they have. I don't know that we're asking, are we asking them to restudy it is my question. And actually, Commissioner Meehan, I really respect everything you just said about it. So I'm not really sure where I land on this. I just want the directions to the applicant to be clear.
Originally, I thought that they should restudy it because option one was too close and option two was too high. But you're right, they said that according to code, they couldn't take option two lower.
Right.
So now I am at a point, thanks for reminding me of that. Now I'm at a point where I just want to see the rendering.
Okay. Well, then we will table number 5 for renderings that are supposedly already done. We're supposed to be part of this package.
Right?
Okay.
Yeah,
Accepted? My
All right.
amendment, I guess.
yes.
All right.
Yes.
And Commissioner Hayden is still good with that. So, all right, let's vote. Thank you for clarifying, Commissioner Hyndman. Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Murin,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Hyndman,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to continue passes 10-0. Thanks for your patience and time, Jill and Robbie.
I'd like to note for the record that Commissioner Hinman needs to step away from the meeting.
Okay,
We'll announce when she returns.
okay,
And I'd also like to circle back and close our public hearing.
sure.
From the Kimberly Apartments, we had no new callers. So with that, you can officially close the public hearing and call for a motion.
Okay, so we will now officially close the public hearing for the Kimberly Apartments National Historic Registration nomination. And we will now make a motion. Who wants to make a motion who has to make a motion?
And the motion will be either to support the National Register nomination or to not support.
I make a motion to support the national registration.
National Register nomination for the Kimberly Apartments.
Yes, ditto.
Okay.
Thank you.
great.
And do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Murin, seconded by Commissioner Bonaparte to support the national registration of the Kimberly Apartments. All right, any discussion of the motion before we vote? All right, Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Murin,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to support the nomination for the National Registration of Historic Places is approved, 9-0. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, moving back to our regularly scheduled agenda at item number 3, 1712 Wickford Place. Craig, are you with us?
Yes.
Hi, Craig. Is anyone
Hey.
else is David or Mike?
They should be here. I think David.
David,
Yes,
okay.
David.
Hi, David. Have y'all been sworn in?
I have not.
Okay, let's do that first.
All right, if you will please raise your right hand and respond I do to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, this application was continued from the March 9th meeting to provide a wood material sample to replace the wood siding based on standard 5.2. And you directed them to consider salvaged material of the same vintage. We have with the agenda supplement information. We have photos of the proposed material showing both the thickness and the width. But with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Craig and David. Craig and David, if you would speak loudly and say your name and spell your name and state your addresses for the court reporter, please.
Craig Isaac. It's ISAAC, 900 Linda Lane, Charlotte 28211.
I'm David Kubicek. That's DAVIDKUBICEK, and it's 3838 Bed Creek Drive, Southwest Concord, North Carolina.
And I'm just scrolling through some of the old pictures. I'm currently on slide 13 showing the current view. Just let me know where you'd like to go.
You scroll down a little bit. Probably where it says proposed work. There we go. So, so I reached out to several companies that do like reclaimed wood, several of the ones that were recommended to us. And these guys happen to have some old barnwood that they basically milled down to whatever dimensions we need. And that's where the sample came from. Basically, they'll mill it down to exactly what the current siding is, which is 5.5 by a 1/2 inch. Same thing with the corner boards, which you can see the dimensions if you scroll down a little bit. So basically, we would take what's salvageable, put it on the front of the house, which I think we can cover the whole front, and then basically start working our way on the sides. And then whatever we have as far as the new salvaged milled wood, we would just kind of fill in on the sides and back as needed. So basically, the front of the house would still have the original siding. And then obviously just paint it to whatever colors were there.
Okay. Anything else you want to add?
I mean, I think that's just the quickest little thing I can say. I mean, like I said, you guys told us to kind of look for some vintage wood. I mean, that's I think they were saying it's from the 1900s. So I mean, it's clearly, you know, over 100 years old. Kind of fits the vintage vibe. And I mean, the main thing we want to do is just, you know, do this correctly and kind of, you know, ask for forgiveness for the last little thing for not going through the proper channels. And like I said, we can't apologize enough for that. But we just want to make sure this is done correctly and, you know, keep the neighbors happy, because right now, if you drive by it, it doesn't look very good with the tarmac over there. So we just kind of want to get that street looking good.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you so much. Anyone on the line, Christy?
No callers.
All right, commissioners, any questions of the applicants? All right. Oh, sorry, Commissioner Bonaparte.
Just a quick question. Well, first of all, I wanted to thank the applicant for finding the salvage wood as we asked. We appreciate that and providing that sample. I saw the corner board detail or measurements. I'm just curious about door trim. Are you
That's all still there. All the window trim and all the door trim is still there. They're just covered in
okay.
That screen over there, you can see what the original one is, like a brown color, but all the rest of it has at some point, I don't know when, was covered with some sort of aluminum, I guess, or some sort of metal.
Okay.
All the original trim work is there around the doors, and that I think the only one that's new is the back door, which looks like it was changed at some point, which I don't know if there's a good picture of that.
All right, thank you.
All right. Any other questions, commissioners? Commissioner Goodwin?
Yeah, just one comment. I think that I saw that the corner boards were going to be 1 inch thick. It's best to have those corner boards stand proud of the siding a little bit. So if the siding is a 1/2 inch, and then you double it up and you'll have 1 inch. So you could use thicker corner boards or just peck it out in the back, give you a better look with the corner board standing proud of the siding. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Goodwin. All right, any other questions? Okay, let's close for deliberation. I will be very happy when this house has some clothes on. Right now, it's in its undergarments and it looks like it's ready to get its wood. So, Commissioner Bonaparte, I'm going to have you lead us in this discussion.
I mean, looking at what we continued it for, they addressed everything to me. So, and then taking the suggestions or the recommendations from Commissioner Goodwin, there's nothing else I have unless another commissioner has something.
Nope, I think we're good. So you want to
Sure.
make the motion?
Absolutely. So I move to approve this application based on building materials wood, page 5.2, it meeting the standards for building material wood, page 5.2. And any minor changes can be approved by staff.
Yes. Do we have a standard to go along with the trim? Yeah, just so that we have something to cite. Are we in the old or new standards on this one? Old. So we like to get to these things before our attorney asks us to. Trim is 411.
And standards 4.11 for trim.
Second.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Bonaparte, seconded by Commissioner Hayden. Any further discussion of the motion? Yes,
You want to add the friendly amendment from Commissioner Goodwin that the corner boards need to,
she did.
she did? Okay.
And
Thank
that's
you.
what 4.11 is. Yep, okay. All right. Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Murn,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to approve passes 9-0. Thank you.
Great. Our next application is 427 East Boulevard. Richard, are you with us? And Parker?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Parker. Is Richard here?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, hi. Have y'all been sworn in?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, not yet.
Okay.
Okay, Parker, if you'll raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
The next application is 427 East Boulevard. It was continued from last month's meeting for setback foundation materials, doors and windows, porches, and with the note that landscaping and rhythm were not reviewed. All of that is outlined on page 1 of the staff memo. And I am going down to slide 5. I'm going to turn it over to Parker and Richard. If you would both state your names and your addresses, and please spell your name for the court reporter.
Go ahead, Parker.
My name is Parker Melvin. My address is, do I state the address of the property, Christy? I'm sorry.
Your address, and it can be your work address.
Work address, okay, 429 East Boulevard, right next door. And my last name is, do you need my full name? I apologize.
Yeah, your full name, and just spell your last name for the court reporter, please.
Got it. Parker Melvin, and the last name is spelled Melvin.
Thank you.
And I'm Richard Cuevas. I'm the architect. Cuevas, Cuebas. And my address is 118 East Kingston Avenue.
Okay, I'm on slide 5. Let me know if this is where you want to start or if there's another slide you'd prefer.
We can go, yeah, yep, 5, and then going down. We from last month, we received some great feedback, and we found some items to improve to our presentation and also to the design. So we're grateful for the collaboration here, and we're submitting a revised version that mainly are right now what we did in broad terms. We updated materials to get rid of like cement board and include rather more traditional materials. We redesigned some window proportions in general to and spacing. So we're going to discuss this in a little while. Also, we're still complying with code separation. The areas that we can fill with openings with windows is restricted. And then we reposition the building height. We raised the building to make it much more, and we agree with the comment. We're happy with the comment of raising it from the street to relate better with the historic building, which is 429 on its right side. We also consolidated and simplified the materials. We did a quick survey of the surrounding properties and consolidated and used some materials that were, rather than going with generic Victorian inspired materials, we went more with the neighborhood in terms of material selection and sizes. We also reworked some graphics to make it more readable in the presentation, and also worked with the front porch that it was not being able to be used fully. So we reworked it to make it fully usable. So that was a good feedback too. So moving to slide 7, we reworked the graphics here in the site plan and in the vicinity plan to include a better description of the setbacks from the warm wall and from the porches. And here the graphics show the red line. There's a red line in the site plan that shows the front, the warm wall, the predominant wall. There's still a portion of the bay window that projects out of that wall, but the predominant warm wall is the red line. And we are including, thank you. And we're including references to both sides and both blocks here. And then the green line is the Porch limit. We're still behind the line from 417 with the condos. So from the graphic, we can see, other than 427, which is kind of an outlier here. So it was built so far away from the street, but we're trying to keep in general with the trend on East Boulevard, and we're not projecting out or from the predominant lines here. And then the photos of the neighbors, we use the siding sizes. We went with a wider 6-inch horizontal siding instead of the very thin ones, and eliminated some diamond shaped siding that we had included originally. And then if we move down to number 8, here, we included the elevation. We reworked the elevation, the overall elevation to clarify the building height in corresponding a little more. It's just the road East Boulevard is sloping down towards West Boulevard, towards South Boulevard. So we went down 1 foot between 429 and our property, but still we are higher than the condos, and our elevation is exactly the same, the balcony, from the historic building on the other side of the condos. So we're trying to keep more with the proportions here in general and the elevation. Okay, other than that, the distances from the back of the curb are listed in that proposed site plan. Yeah, we have almost 42 feet to the porch, and then 49.6 between the curb and the predominant warm wall. The bay window projects out about 3 feet into the porch area. And then you see the porch, we're making it, at least walkable, and somebody can walk all the way around the porch and make use of it. So other than that, we suggested initially, and landscaping, this is like the general, the green hatch is the general like landscape buffer. We haven't gone into the actual design of landscape. That will be done by others, and that will be presented to the commission as a separate application. We want to also reserve, although we are proposing a fence here to cover the around the parking and the air conditioning units, the landscape architect or designer might change the location, maybe of the fence, but in general terms, the design will stay as we're proposing. Materials we're using for the front walkway and the driveway in the back. It's going to be permeable. I'm sorry. It might be brick or some type of permeable masonry unit. So, okay, and moving down to 9. Here you see the proportions of the windows are much better. They before they were like much shorter and corresponding to the desk heights that were proposed inside, but this is a much better solution to rework the interior of the office, so desks are not against the window. So this is a great, a much better solution of the proportion of the windows. And the double windows, although we separated them and we left the individual trims between the two windows. If you move to the slide 10, and I know one of the comments from staff was having siding between the two gang windows and recommending filling up this space with trim. We are absolutely willing to do that, to include trim between the separation of the two windows in a double setting. Okay, so in general, let me see if we move to slide 10, please. Yeah, here we enlarged the trim around the windows. It was thinner the first time, and separated the double windows, which we we are willing to fill the gap with a piece of trim to wood. We're using wood siding. We're using either wood or wood veneered windows and corresponding wood trim too. If we keep moving down to 11. Okay, yeah, we fixed some graphics and some details that had the were not applicable, and we updated everything here, and to correspond with the proposal here. So I guess that's it. Based on feedback from the last meeting, so we fixed and illustrated the setbacks and made them more clear. And for the foundations, we raised the building, and it was adjusted more than 1 foot. So it was like I think it was like 18 feet that we raised it to better correspond with the line with the streetscape. And then materials, as we said, we updated. We took the cement board out, and we're using wood all around and brick. What else? Doors and windows. We reworked the proportions. The porch is now usable, 100%. And landscaping, we have the areas, but we don't have the final design ready. So, Parker, I don't know if you have anything else. That's all from me right now.
No, I think you covered it, Richard. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Richard. Do we have anyone on the line, Christy?
No callers?
All right, no callers. Commissioners, questions of Parker and Richard? Richard, just for clarification, you said 18 feet, 18 inches for the foundation?
Oh, yeah.
Yep, okay.
Yeah, sorry about that.
All right, any other questions? Yes, Commissioner Henningsen.
Can we go to, I think it's slide 7. It's the one with all the setbacks. Okay. So when I'm looking at block with the dotted line that shows a setback across, it appears, thank you. It appears that the house to the left of the apartments has the same exact setback as the house in question, this house. When I look at the details, if we can kind of scroll out a little bit, when I look at porch location, porch setback for the subject property is 41 feet, 11 inches, building setback is 49.6. And when I look at that corresponding information for the house that's to the left of the apartments, it's 44 feet and 52 feet for the building setback. So visually, that dotted line would make you think that both of those properties have the same exact setback, but they don't. So can you just help me understand what the setback actually is?
So yeah, and I agree with you with the reading of the drawing. We took if you see, and I can see the issue here. There's a straight line. The blue dashed line is the curb, and it's drawn as a perfect, linear, perfect straight line there. And we took the dimensions from the front of our property of 427. So I'm assuming that this is not a perfect straight line down when you go all the way down to the left of the condos. So I can and I will definitely look again and look and rework, update anything at least the graphics show. And I would trust the dimensions on the on the callouts, not not necessarily the site plan.
Fair enough. Fair enough. We'll ignore the straightness of the red dotted line in question. I know you've got it documented, but where are you measuring the setback from?
It's from the back of the curb.
From the curb. Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Henningsen. Any other questions before we close? All right. Going once, going twice. Let's close for deliberation. Commissioner Whitlock, why don't you lead us in discussion?
Okay, so what I see is that they tried to address everything that we noted. And I think they did a good job. I guess now there's a little bit of a question about the setback, but that's been raised, and I guess we would need to further into that.
Well, I think it's the dotted line that was the question. They're calling out the setbacks specifically with the numbers there.
And I know that they addressed the solid mullions between the ganged windows. And so I would have to say that, you know, kind of going down the list, and they did a good job of making the adjustments we requested.
All right, I'm in agreement with you, Commissioner Whitlock. Why don't we just go down that list, all right? So that we can all say whether or not we're in agreement. Setbacks. Now, the dotted line versus what is actually called out. Are we in agreement that this meets our standards?
If in fact it's 41 feet, 11 inches from the back of the curb.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, PJ, you were calling out the dotted line. Are you comfortable with the numbers that are included?
Yeah, no, I'm comfortable. The dotted line had just thrown me off.
Sure.
I appreciate the applicant's clarification.
Okay, all right. Anyone have a differing opinion? A different opinion? Okay, let's move on to the foundation. They made an adjustment to the foundation so that it keeps the same, the rhythm stays intact. So questions or comments or thoughts about the foundation height? Do you think that they've answered that, Commissioner Mirren?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Did you have something you wanted to add?
This slide will sort of illustrates that too.
Okay. All right, materials. So they went through, it's now wood siding. They are going to put the mullion trim in per our request. Anything else that we need to address with the materials? Commissioner Lineberger?
I think that they covered all of those for me.
Okay. Anyone have a different opinion, a different view? All right. Doors and windows provide wider mullions and consider proportion of windows on the side elevations. Did they address that for you, Commissioner Goodwin?
I'm still having a bit of a question on the detail of these windows that are so close to each other. And I know that they are removing the narrow siding between them, but it sounded like they were just going to insert a piece of wood there. So if you look at slide number 10, if you just put a piece of wood there, I think that these windows should be molded together. And as we mentioned before, with perhaps 6-inch mullions or whatever is architecturally correct for that. And then that would tie the header casings and the sills together.
Yeah.
And eliminate just putting a piece of wood in between the two, which again, maybe I misunderstood the applicant, but I just want to make sure we probably need that detailed.
It's there, it's so on one, it's 6 inches, but on another, it's 4 inches. So that should be called out again because it wasn't included. I mean, the 4 inches needs to be 6 according to our continuation. And it's not on all of the ganged windows. Okay.
Can I, maybe this is what Commissioner Good was going to point out, but I think if it's going to be a 6-inch mold, then it's going to be, you're not going to have the dimension of that casing on either side. It's going to be a continuous casing across the top and a continuous sill and bottom with a 6-inch mold.
Okay. Is that something that, Christy, we can call out in the motion and you all can address?
Yes.
Okay, so staff approvable. So we'll need to note that in the motion. All right. So let's see here. The porch. Porch on the left side where the bay protrudes, it's 3 feet. If I remember it on in the application, I think I saw where it's 3 feet.
Yes.
Yeah. Commissioner Muir, what say you to that? Do you think they've properly addressed this point we brought up?
I mean, it's kind of small, but that's just, I'm a big guy, so when I sit down in the chair that, I'm over 3 feet. So I question the usefulness of that space, if it's really gonna be 3. But understanding it's a tight site, and obviously what they're doing with the setbacks, it's even tighter than we perceive it to be, so I'm indifferent, because at that point, you're taking away, you're pushing that window back into the house, or you're moving the whole house back, which is on a tight site, so
Chrissy, have we allowed that in the past?
I honestly can't recall.
Okay.
I would, there are plenty of Victorians throughout Dilworth. I mean, even if they go to Fourth Ward has Victorians that have a bay window, they could see how historically those porches are, if they are narrower where the bay is, and what that average size is.
Yep. So that would make me feel better, because we want to be consistent with the style of the home and what's been done in the past. Yes. Okay, so we'll need to call that out. Is that something that, once confirmed, they could just bring to staff, or would they need to come back to us?
I suspect it can be a range of things, so without a specific directive from y'all, I think it would need to come back to you.
Okay. I am going to reopen, because I want to know if the applicant has already studied that. That would save us a lot of time and them a lot of time too. So we are going to reopen. Richard Parker, have you all done a study of porches in the area of Victorians and the depths of them?
Correct. This is Richard Cuevas. Yeah, we did the study based on Victorian homes from Charlotte, and then surrounding North Carolina towns, and we wanted to, even if it's a tight space, you cannot put seating there, but you can walk around it and still make use of it. And we've seen cases, similar cases.
So for the Victorians in this particular neighborhood in Dilworth, the range is what to what?
Don't have that info right now. Sorry about that.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. We will reclose. Commissioner Walker.
The Victorian I'm familiar with in Dilworth is 400 East Kingston, and I'm looking at that as best I can. It looks like the left front portion of that porch is fairly narrow, if that would be used as a comparison. As best I can see, it looks like it's maybe 3 feet.
I know, I have a
But-
hard time with guesstimates. I'd rather get them bring the number. So that's something that,
Just, that's one, if they want to find one.
so will you repeat the address?
400 East Kingston is what it's showing on.
400 East Kingston, okay? So that is something that we will include in our motion, I'm sure. All right. Landscape and rhythm were not reviewed, so. It sounds like, based on this, they have answered most of the points on which we continued this application. That means that there are a couple of things that are still left outstanding, one of which can be reviewed by staff, the other would need to come before the commission. What are you all thinking? Commissioner Whitlock, what are you thinking?
Well, I think the trim can be staff approvable. I think if the applicant can provide some type of documentation showing the similar cases with the porch, then the staff could approve that.
So Christy, if Richard and Parker came back and said, here's evidence of a 3-foot porch outside of a bay window on a Victorian, then we're good.
If you are good with that,
Can we
yes.
give them a little bit of a leeway? I mean, 3 foot specific, maybe it's 3'6" they find, or 4 foot. I think that might make more sense.
I think if you give me a specific number,
Yeah.
then I can work with that. And
A
their
specific number or range?
range, yeah. And I'd just like to add, there are a couple just around the corner on Cleveland Avenue. Between Kingston and East, it looks like. So there are two right across the street from each other that have the same bay, and it looks very narrow. So I would advise them to look at those as well.
Okay. All right, perfect. Well, Commissioner Whitlock, it sounds like you're making a motion, sir.
Okay.
We'll work as a team.
Thanks. Make a motion that we approve this application. The following conditions. The ganged window mold trim would be 6 inches. And it would be a continuous ganged, the upper casing and the sill would be continuous. Unlike it's drawn as if it's 2 separate windows. This would be like a ganged unit. And that will be staff approvable. That's 6.12. And on the porch, the dimension at the narrow dimension at the bay, I propose that the applicant find some similar cases of that condition, and that I guess there could be a 12-inch variance from the 3 feet that they have proposed. I think that's 6 point.
It is.
And that's all.
Do we want to add that we need dimensions called out on some of the items that staff included in the memo?
Yes, that would. So
Okay, friendly amendment.
accepted.
All right. Okay, so we have a motion made by Commissioner Whitlock, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Bonaparte. Any discussion of this motion? Okay,
So the friendly amendment to look at staff's comments, we're essentially asking the applicant to review those and act on those, like
So-
providing the window details.
Are you okay with that?
Yes.
Commissioner Henderson?
Absolutely.
Okay, all right. Okay, so any other discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Murin,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to approve passes 9-0. Thank you, Richard and Parker. Thanks, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We have 729 Mount Vernon.
Who are in the room with us? We need a break? We need a break.
Okay.
I think that sounds great.
All right.
You're on a 5-10 minute break?
Let's
10-minute
just do the 10 now.
break? Okay,
Yeah.
great. Okay, we're back. We have the applicants in the room, so we'd like to have them join us up at the table. Feel free to pull up another chair. And the first thing we'll need to do is swear them in.
Sure. All right, we have Harry, William, and Liz. All right. Harry, William, and Liz, if you will, please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
The next application is 729 Mount Vernon, and the items for continuance are the front porch, materials, information, confirmation of the rear yard impervious space, and some information about the accessory structure. More details are outlined on page 1 of the memo, and the presentation begins on slide 6, it looks like, with the continuation letter and some answers from the applicant on the right side of slide 6. And then slide 7 starts with the impervious area calculations. Harry and company, if you would state your names and your addresses for the court reporter and spell your last name for her, please. Thank you.
Harry Schrader, 1310 South Charlotte Street, Charlotte, 2-3. Schrader is SCHRADER.
Sorry. And the same address, 1310 South Tryon Street, Suite 102.
Elizabeth Burgess, and it's 1333 Carlton Avenue, Charlotte 28203. And last name is spelled B as in boy, URGESS.
Great, thank you. I'm turning it right over to you. If you let me know where you want to start. The slide numbers are on the left side of the screen, and be sure to speak into the mic, please. Thanks.
Sounds great. Good afternoon, everybody. We are eager to hit these continuance issues. We've tried to be thorough in our responses. We've tried to mitigate the potential concerns we might face here. So I'd like to take us through them and one by one and see where we land. And I'll go in the order of your request here. So on the front porch, there was some discussion about making sure that we had paid attention to some of the historic precedented detailing for those columns and beams. And so we have added appropriate detailing for us to review, which allows you to study the post capitals, the frieze boards, the trim approach, and the fascia associated with that element. So Will, you want to tell us which sheet we should start there?
Yeah, it's on the last sheet.
Slide 20?
Slide 20, there you go. We obviously have not completed construction documents for the project. So there is a layer of technical detailing yet to come, but we felt like we could articulate this more clearly for the committee by showing you a few different views that allow you to understand the profiling that's going on there. And then we also pulled a historic reference. And while it's not an exact duplication and we're not intending to add dental molding, we did want to reflect our investigation into how the post transitions to frieze and how those elements would be consistent with the Tudor architecture that we're intending to emulate. Do you want me to move my way through, or are we going to discuss as we go? Okay. So that's item number one. Item number two related to our integration of the potential integration of cementitious siding And it was brought to our attention, understandably, that we didn't want to go down the path of any faux grain siding. To address that, we've actually removed cementitious siding entirely. There are areas of smooth cementitious trim that'll be used. But with regard to how we handle siding, I think that's going to get addressed in a further point. Brick mock-ups. In this day and age of supply chain and provider shortcomings, I'll say, we've done our best to provide a cross-section of brick for your review. We understood completely that the concern was to make sure that the brick did not have any sort of additive element. And while I will comment that none of the bricks we proposed have any sort of additive after the firing process, we did take to heart the concern for one of our previous samples. And so we have a few samples here that address, I think, this notion of color through product. The far left sample that we've left here with you for the last month still represents our strongest desire as a selection. And so when you get to deliberation, we'd love you to consider that once again. It seemed to be the sample that did not face objection. And I think the obvious would be that when we build a mock-up, that staff has the opportunity to look at the compilation of materials there. The third one on this list of materials was metal roof sample. And the conversation had closed for deliberation at that point in our last meeting. But our commitment is to use metal roof in a subordinate way, consistent with what the guidelines suggest. And so where we've proposed a metal roof, which we've covered already, we envision it being a pre-finished, Kynar finished dark bronze to simulate aged copper. Or if budget allows, we would use real copper because we will be instituting flashings in copper along the way. And so it'd be really nice in our mind to have that natural patina that goes with copper as a time-tested material. And we submitted those samples as well. Next item was restudying the vertical siding on the front gable elevation. And I can assure you the attempt to find precedent was lengthy. And while I believe it would be a beautiful solution long-term, I did not want to hit a wall with the group here. And so with the help and open-mindedness of the owners, we changed direction and are going with a horizontal siding that obviously is proliferated all over the community and I think will be quite attractive. So it wasn't a matter of conceding as much as we just didn't want to, we couldn't find a precedent that I think would appease the committee. And so we moved on and feel strongly that it's a good solution. The next item is maybe the most comprehensive impervious study my office has ever done. And that document is
Slide 2.
Slide 2. And at the direction of staff, we tried to put it in a format that allowed us to follow technically piece by piece what we're being asked in terms of studying the impervious components and pervious components of that rear yard.
Can I just say that's slide 7 in this presentation? Thanks.
Thank you so much. Lastly, item number 4 is clarifying details for the accessory structure, which we have done to address the height, material information. We've developed further the garage doors in order to reflect this notion that a double width door needs to be detailed to describe or to simulate the idea of 2 individual scale doors, and that's in our drawings. we were given the direction to add some fenestration so that the walls were not under detailed. And so we've done that and spent a little bit more time composing that architecture to be consistent with the standard we would expect on the main house. And the note on here is that ridge is 23'9" below the 24-foot maximum permitted by section 8.10 note 7. And I believe that completes the list of items that we're asked to review. Will, can you think of anything that hasn't been covered here?
Yeah, I think that covers everything.
All right, thank you.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Christy, do we have anyone on the line?
We have 2 unknown callers. So we'll open up. Candace, if you would please take them off mute. Hi, if you have called in to the meeting today, can you let us know what case number you're calling in about? Cindy, do you know what number the callers are? Okay, if you're caller number 5 or 6, are you calling in about 729 Mount Vernon? You can just say yes or no.
Nope.
Caller 6, I think you're trying to say something. Was that a yes or no? No?
6
That
was
was a no.
Oh, thank you. I didn't hear. Okay, 6 is a no. Caller 5?
No.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, perfect.
Back to you.
All right, commissioners, questions of the applicants?
What, please repeat yourself. What was the height of the accessory structure?
23'9".
Okay. At the highest or lowest point?
At the highest point of the ridge.
I'm sorry, from grade, from where, so when I'm looking at this diagram, so that is taken from, so if I'm looking on the left, so I'm on the right picture. So that 23 feet and change, that's to the foundation on the right side, right?
It's taken from the entry side. So if you go to the top left elevation,
Okay.
I think shows that the most clear. So like as where the slab is for the main level garage, 23'9" to the ridge from
Okay, okay, got it. So again,
Okay.
just looking at the staff notes going, hey, if any part is higher than 24 feet, there's different setback rules.
There are. Yeah, so since it's taller in the back, we measure from grade to ridge. And you have a 15-foot setback from the rear property line since it's taller than 24 feet.
Okay.
Okay, so what that means is you either need to make the building overall shorter or you need to change the setback of the garage, which would bring it 15 feet closer to the main house.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah.
So it's from the lowest point at grade entirely, not even from what would typically be like average grade.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can that be mitigated with a retaining wall? We're not going to push the building forward, so we would either.
It's a zoning issue. So it's just, we can't approve something that can't be built by zoning. So it's the setback is a zoning issue. So,
Okay.
I mean, you could raise the grade probably,
I
but
think we could, I mean, one of the problems is we're not sure what the finished grade will ultimately be on the backside of that building. I guess I'll leave that on the table as saying we will not move that building.
That's what we need to know.
modify
Yep.
the needs on it.
That's what we need to know. Thank you. PJ.
Yep, thanks.
Any other questions, PJ?
No.
All right. Commissioners, any questions of the applicant? Jill? Phil?
Is there a synthetic turf in the latest plan? The backyard?
Yep. Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir, there is.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Scott?
No questions.
Commissioner Hayden?
No questions.
Commissioner Murin? Commissioner Bonaparte?
No questions?
Commissioner Lineberger?
I'm good.
All right, so why don't anything you want to add before we close? Yes.
May I add something?
Please.
Thank you. I forgot to mention that the brick samples are also in the agenda supplement. And I didn't know if y'all wanted to go through them. They're very heavy as well, so we have them displayed up front if any commissioner wants to get up and look at them. Commissioners joining us online, this is slide 7, 8, 9, 7, 8, and 9 have the brick samples from this month. So I'm glad to go wherever anyone needs me to.
I do have a question now.
Yes, sir.
Harry, when you indicated that the brick sample on the left, is that your left or my left?
That is my left here.
Your left. So the farthest one to your left is the preferred sample.
Right. There were 3 samples provided at the last meeting, and there was some concern about the glaze that had been potentially added.
Right.
What we felt good about is that the one that I think was not objected to is the one that we're most comfortable with if we're going to move off of those other samples. We went ahead and scoured to bring other neutral tone bricks to the table. I don't think they do as good a job as this brick. And so I'm happy to hand this back around and just see if everyone's general reaction remains the same.
I just want to make sure
Do you want to hold it up?
hold up the one you want.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
Taylor. Okay.
All right. Do you all want to see, feel, touch the brick? Then we can bring it to the table. Do you mind sharing it, bringing it to the table, Harry? Thank you. And we'll just pass it around. All right, any other questions before we close? Yes, Commissioner Goodwin.
Yeah, on the permeable pavers, I'm assuming that those are concrete permeable pavers. It was also, there was reference to asphalt in one location, but these are concrete.
We have not had a final spec for that, so we'll run those by. Once we hire a landscape architect, we'll be applying these principles of areas that need to stay impervious with the landscape architect and get the owners to approve those selections accordingly.
Okay, thank you. That example that you've got to that grasscrete, is that a grass or is that some kind of synthetic material between the pavers? Do you know what that?
That would be real natural grass in the areas of grasscrete.
Okay.
The areas that are indicated on the site plan as synthetic permeable turf are in the raised portion of like the rear porch area.
Right, thank you.
All right. Why don't we close for deliberation? Before we close, actually, Ms. Burgess, you're here. Would you like to say anything?
Thank you.
Okay. All right, why don't we close for deliberation? PJ, why don't you lead us in discussion?
Sure. All right, so, just reviewing what the application has been continued for. Front porch, that they have provided, more detail on the columns, the beam and columns. My question to you, maybe Chris, or maybe some of the architects, do we feel like that front porch detail is historically accurate, or, aligned to the Tudor style architecture? That would be my first question. Chris Mern.
For me, it's a little heavy. I mean, it's a strong horizontal line that kind of just stops and people have a place to get picked up. So I I will say that, looking through the whole package, and I think I'm going back to the April presentation at this point, that they did find precedent for that line at 1218 Dilworth Road. So I don't know if that's kind of outside the scope of where we're measuring these houses against, but there is something in there. I mean, those are kind of, I would call a little bit more messy brick columns versus what they're proposing, so that there's a lot more detail, a lot more of that kind of human scale. That there's going to be shadow lines and it's going to be more articulate with that. So if that's within the scope, Christie, I think where we're kind of trademarking, I guess, for lack of a better term, for this house, then I think they've shown precedent for it in our historic district.
Okay. No, thank you. From a materials perspective, I mean, the change from vertical siding to horizontal siding, we're not using faux grain cementitious siding. We're using wood. We're using cedar. That's great. We've got mock-ups of the brick. I do want to do a walk by and just look at the brick side by side real quick. I'll do that in a second. I'm not sure if other commissioners want to do that. As for now, while we don't have a sample of the metal, I guess my question, commissioners, remains, is metal appropriate on the porch and the dormer in the front? I mean, they're obviously secondary structures. They're non-dominant structures. Again, I can't remember if we've approved metal on like a front porch before. I think we have.
We have.
We have, okay.
And this is practically flat.
Okay. So very minimal view. So from a materials perspective, the applicant has done what we've asked. From a rear yard permeability perspective, those are some intense calculations. Also, a very small percentage of, I mean, if they're off a percent, they violated that 50%. So it is kind of tight, but I mean, it is, our rule does say 50% and not 50% plus 10% area. I don't know. So if we agree that the shaded areas, the way that they perform their calculations is accurate, then they've met our permeability requirements for the rear yard. And then from an accessory structure perspective, we heard that, they will reduce the height to 24 feet, no higher than 24 feet at the lowest, the spot at the lowest grade. So they've done what we've asked, yes.
All right. So, does anyone have additional information that they think needs to be heard at this point? Joe? No. Michelle? Chris? Jim?
Yes. This is of staff. Who makes the determination as to whether a material is impermeable or permeable? From?
Christy, we can't hear you.
I'm sorry. Permeability is based on the rate of flow on the specs provided.
But, okay. The specs provided by the manufacturer of the individual items or by?
By the manufacturer of the product.
Okay, but.
So
my question is based on the fact that as a landscape architect, we used the specific item that's right there.
Yeah.
The grid box with grass in, and there have been times when the city of Charlotte did not recognize that as permeable.
We have in historic districts, but you'll note that it's up to 90%. So that might play into the permeability calculations.
The permeability calculations are quite thorough. So if they're accurate, they're good.
Okay. We've allowed grasscrete in historic districts before.
Okay.
Mhm.
That answers my question.
All right. Scott,
No question.
Bill?
I might be in a minority here, but I'm still struggling a bit with the post and beam detailing. We're so used to sweating those details where the necking of the post is the same width as the beam above. And I always thought that that was, as far as Tuscan architecture, that was an element of the Tuscan architecture. However, maybe this appears to be a more modern interpretation. And it looks like bottom, where the top of the column is, it's flat. You don't really see the outline of a beam there. So or perhaps a more modern interpretation that's
Just pull it a little closer to you.
perhaps a more modern interpretation that's acceptable. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
Commissioner Goodwin, you are correct in that it is a basic requirement. We use the Get Your House Right book, and it doesn't matter if it's a Tuscan or a modern interpretation. We do always require the neck of the column to align with the beam. So I would say this is probably a drawing issue with the 3D rendering. It looks a lot closer here in the bottom corner, and it's absolutely right here, even though, like you said, this is a Tuscan column. Yeah. So we can just specify, if you're leaning towards approval, just specify the neck of the beam aligns with the outside of the column as shown in the photo on A 4.01. Thank you.
Commissioner Lineberger?
I don't really have anything else to add or have questions about.
Okay. All right. Well, then it sounds like it's time for a motion. Commissioner Henningsen, I hear you typing.
Yeah, I'm typing. I do want to go back and just kind of skim through the staff analysis as well. If we can go, Christy, if we can go to the slide that has the accessory structure. I don't know what slide number that is. Yeah, and one of the in the staff analysis, one of the items is on the rear elevation, right? The fenestration. So I guess Chris, I'm kind of leaning on you, and of course, I mean, I guess Jess is not out there, but Chris, from your thoughts with Tudor architecture, and granted this is an accessory dwelling, do you see any issues or do you have any issues or comments on the fenestration?
I mean, not for the use of it. I think that's for me. I mean, knowing that Tudor's been doing like bars or all these garages to this extent, but where it is on the lot and not knowing an alley would be there someday, I don't have a problem with it.
Okay.
Because of its use. Solely on its building center. I think for me, they did a great job with the dormers on top, making that small.
Excuse me, Commissioner Byrne, I cannot hear.
Sorry about that.
I think I might be the only one online, but.
No, I was just complimenting that the dormers to me are more prevalent in how they treated that condition for its use and that ADU above the garage versus anything that's kind of on that plane. And the detail on the side, the bottom right, whatever elevation that is of the, can you scroll down just a little bit, Christy? What's that called out as? East. The east elevation, I think that's very well done. So to me, the back is kind of insignificant in that regards because of its use.
Okay.
On the first floor.
All right. PJ?
Yeah. Again, just scanning through staff comments about windows and making sure the windows appear that they're ganged, right, to show that they've got weights and stuff. If we can go back to a picture of the front elevation.
Slide 10.
Slide 10, thank you. Again, when I look at the ganged windows there, right, they don't have that, the trim, that we require. So
We just went over that last application.
Meaning,
Meaning we talked about the trim that needs to be there and the spacing. Both Scott and Phil were pretty adamant about it.
yeah. So I don't see that. So those are the big things that are sticking out for me. And in summary, neck and beam columns, need to align. Window detail needs to be provided for any window that's ganged. There needs to be trim, trim boards in between them. Did I say provide the window detail?
It's worth saying again.
Commissioners, is anything else blaringly that we're missing?
The brick.
The brick, we gotta make.
Yeah, they've said they have a preference of brick. So I think it's looking at all the other brick, it's a moot point if the body approves the brick that they want to use.
Commissioners, does anyone have any issue with the leftmost brick that was passed around? Chris? Bill? Scott? Kim?
I make this isn't a question for me.
Okay.
Joe?
They located the HVA system for both structures, right?
Christy, can you go to the site plan?
Yes, give me a minute to find it. Is it on here?
And I guess there's a full system component as well.
Yeah.
So this is slide 7, and it looks like the HVAC is right here on the left side. It does not indicate pool equipment. There's a pool, nope, pool equipment or HVAC for the accessory structure. Maybe you wish to open it back up.
Sure.
Yep.
Why don't we open up so that the applicants can answer?
Forget to turn on your mics.
So we haven't further investigated our pool design until we were going to get approved for this design. So I really can't speak for the exact scope of the equipment. But we would obviously need to place it within the area that we designed. I would say the most notable area is going to be right here, if we can point that out. See where your cursor is? To the right? I think that's going to be an area we're going to have to carve out for equipment. Down at the street level.
Yeah, we have this area here.
That's what I'm pointing to right there.
Yeah, so
Right there, yeah. If you look on the site plan to the sort of snippet of the site plan that's just to the right, you see the part where it says trash and utilities screened. It has an arrow pointing towards it. Yes, yeah.
Yep.
So right there.
okay, so I mean,
Okay, so it's right here. So you're putting the trash and utilities on the grasscrete?
It's on the permeable
On the,
asphalt area. And if you look at the rear elevation, you can see that screened portion also.
when you say permeable, can I ask what you mean by permeable asphalt?
Yeah, we'll go to that slide in a moment. Right there's that area. So the pervious concrete surface is, keep going down.
Christy, have we approved permeable asphalt and
No, that's why I'm asking.
One
We
more.
don't do asphalt.
One more slide.
17 maybe?
18,
18.
the bottom.
We do pervious concrete, but not
Pervious pavement, yeah.
asphalt. Yeah. Okay.
Pervious pavement.
So my suggestion would be, we don't, I mean, I don't think we have enough information to weigh a decision on hot tub, pool, pavers, pavings, landscape architecture and stuff like that. So I kind of think, in the motion, we'll just say we're not, work with staff in another application on pool, hot tub, retaining walls, fences, just so that we don't tie it to the house. That would be my recommendation.
I agree. It's very close to the 50%. So to not have the details is unwise.
I don't know if it's still open, but I guess the question is, precedent wise, how do you approve pools as part of an initial application if you haven't actually?
Oh, we wouldn't approve a pool. We would just, we would approve that. Well, we would vote on the house and the accessory building. And then the assumption there is you would have another application, with staff to add a pool, to add a retaining wall, to add, X, Y, and Z.
Okay. My only point would be, had I known we were going to discuss pool equipment, I would have used the last month to engage a pool guy to say, hey, you're going to need this here. And
so are you asking for the pool and the hot tub to be approved in here?
I can appreciate that you don't have the information you need.
Yeah.
So I don't want it hinging on the house, but I would have done a little bit more due diligence had I known this was going to come up. I focused on the 5 issues at hand, so.
Okay, so that makes, so that's very helpful. While we're open, commissioners, any other questions?
Yeah, I have a question.
Sorry, the HVAC system for the accessory dwelling unit.
It hasn't been designed yet. Is it open? It might be a ductless unit that's mounted on the side of the building. We might implement that flat porch roof in order to sit a unit in that location. I haven't gotten that far in the design of it. My inclination is going to be, it's going to be a ductless unit for the dwelling unit.
Okay.
And I just want to say that point 3, rear yard, restudy or confirm the calculations of the impervious area in the rear yard. It means that we're looking at the details of the impervious area in the rear yard, which is why we're having this conversation about the pool and all in the asphalt and all of those other things, particularly because it's so close to our limit.
So, Christy, who's the enforcer on this? Because if all these applications, the math's being done on the application, sometimes it's challenged, but ultimately, how is it enforced?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So if we split it apart and they come to staff for the pool and the permeable pavers and the trash area, we also look at the rear yard permeability calculations. And then at the end of the project, once it's complete, Cindy goes out and compares our plans that we have to what's on the ground. And if it doesn't look close or it looks close, we ask them to reconfirm that the as-built permeability calculations match the construction calculations. And if not, then they have to readjust by adding more permeable area.
Okay.
So since I know that we had to confirm the calculations of the impervious area in the rear yard. That was the request, or restudy and confirm. And if it's been documented with specs and really detailed information, how do we base a decision to not accept that? I mean, I guess unless there's some math that we can identify, easily, it just seems somewhat arbitrary to say.
I think since you're breaking it out, it takes that question off of your
But are we
shoulders.
breaking it out? Is that?
I
guess that's.
It's custom. We do it all the time for swimming pools. And how you would frame your motion is that it clearly meets permeability calculations with the accessory structure that we're improving. And then when the staff reviews the details about the pool and the trash enclosure and all of those things, they will reconfirm that those additions also meet.
That'll be a staff approvable breakout.
Yes. Yeah. And we'll get into we get into the details of, are you putting down a concrete pad for the trash cans? Like that's considered impermeable space. Retaining walls are considered impermeable. So,
Okay, thank you.
So all of these items that we've discussed are staff approvable then, my understanding? Sounds like it.
They can be.
Okay.
Right. Absolutely. Oh, yes. Okay.
If you could maybe point her to, it's in the agenda supplement for April.
Yep.
On slide 66.
Great. Let me pull that up. Thank you, Cindy. Is that it? Okay. Krista, can you see this?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks, Cindy.
Okay, then we'll close again for deliberation. Commissioner Henningsen.
All right, so I'm going to talk through it and then I'll come back and hit it back at the beginning. So I'm going to make a motion to approve this application with the following conditions. Again, just let me talk through it. One, the applicant to submit to staff approved construction drawings. Neck and beam aligned to the columns. Applicant to provide window detail and ensure that all ganged windows have 6 inches of trim in between them. We are not reviewing or approving any type of pool, hardscape, hot tub, fence, retaining walls. The applicant will submit a separate application to staff for that review and approval. Did I miss it? So that's where I'm going. What did I miss?
Did you talk about the brick?
And we approved the brick sample that the applicant wanted. What is it called though? So we have it. Taylor. Executive grade modular blade cut. Got it.
And do you want to speak to the mortar?
Mortar, we didn't talk about the mortar. And Christy, are you comfortable approving the mortar?
Would you like matching, contrasting? I would think our mason on staff would be able to approve, but
I would love it for the applicant to work with Candace, our masonry expert, on the right selection for the mortar.
okay. Again, are you accepting matching? So
Okay.
Mortar that is similar in color to this, that blends their preference.
Yeah, we sort of.
You need to
We will reopen.
Well, I'm sorry.
We'll reopen so
You looked
that.
at me first.
Yeah, I know. We'll reopen. Do you have a preference?
I would say that picking the correct mortar color is a high priority for me as an architect. And while I don't know what that is, it will be neutral, complementary to the brick, and I would probably lean towards lighter than darker.
All right,
Sounds good.
thank
Is that
you.
enough, Christie?
If you zoom in on the renderings, you'll see that that's basically what it's been drawn.
Yep.
Okay, we will reclose.
All right. Construction drawings, necking beam detail, window detail. Intriguing windows, got 6 inches of trim, not approving, not talking about pool.
Can you slow down just a bit for our court reporter and maybe talk a little louder?
Not approving pool, hot tub, fence, retaining wall, hardscape. We're approving the Taylor executive grade modular blade cut, and the applicant to work with staff on selecting a mortar color that is neutral, lighter, and complementary to the brick. Did I miss anything?
I think that's it, PJ.
Okay, all right.
Great job. All right, motion made by Commissioner Henningsen, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Hayden. Any further discussion of the motion?
Standards? Yeah. So I'd like to make a motion to approve this application because it meets our design standards for new construction for Chapter 6 and accessory buildings, standard 8.10. And I'll just repeat it. So the applicant will submit to staff approved construction drawings. We'll make the following changes. Neck and beam on the columns to align. The applicant will provide the window detail and ensure that all gang windows have got a trim of 6 inches wide. We are not approving the pool, the hot tub, the hardscape, the fence, the retaining walls, or any of the material in the back hardscape. The applicant will submit a separate application to staff for review. We are approving the Taylor executive grade modular blade cut with the applicant to work with staff on selecting a mortar color that is neutral, lighter, and complementary to the brick. And the height of the accessory dwelling will be no taller than 24 feet from the lowest point on the grade.
All right, Commissioner Hayden, still good with the second? All right. Any further discussion of this motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Murn,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, no. Motion 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Motion to approve passes 7-2. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to announce for the record that Commissioner Hinman is rejoining the meeting with application number 6.
Welcome back, Commissioner Heineman.
Do we have the applicants for application number 6? I'm looking for Ashley Jimenez.
Hello, yes, I'm here.
Hi, Ashley. Have you been sworn in?
I have not.
Okay, we'll do that first.
All right. Ashley, if you'll raise your right hand and respond I do to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
You want to email it to me? No, the minutes. Yes. Yeah.
The homeowner may as well be joining us.
Email it to me, yeah. Okay, and I believe that Commissioner Walker is leaving the meeting. So we're still at 9 commissioners. Our Our next application is 1817 South Mint Street. It is new construction on a vacant lot that's been vacant since Wilmore was established a district. So there's no demolition, which we always love to see. On page 5, it's just sort of the cover sheet. I'm going to start on slide number 6. That shows Google Street View of the lot. So Ashley, I'm going to turn it over to you to make a presentation. If you would state your name and your address and spell your last name for the court reporter, please.
Yes, my name is Ashley Jimenez. Last name is spelled Jimenez. And my address is 1349 Downs Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28205.
Ashley, just let me know what slide you'd like to go to.
Okay, sounds good. So new construction on this empty lot. There are no trees to remove during this construction. There's a small one in the backyard that will remain. There is an alley that goes along the left side of this property. So at the CMU wall there's a 10-foot alley to the right of that. That alley is closed off. There is an apartment building behind this lot. So that alley really goes to nowhere except for this lot. So we're going to use that as generally where we're going to drive in and then park behind the house. Thank you for your pointing, Christy. You can go ahead to the next slide if you'd like. So let's see, do you have one with the house located on it, Christy? There we go. Okay, so we are going to locate the house. Now, this doesn't seem like the most up-to-date information. It might be. I feel like I added HVAC location, side
Hi,
yard.
Ashley. I think we explained that to you via email that information that was submitted, we can't accept a new package. You submitted a new package, I think, on May 4th. And so we can't submit completely new packages once everything goes live on April 29th, as I've outlined in some emails, and I think Cindy Kohanek had some information about that. So we have what was submitted in time for the deadline to be included in the April 29th agenda when everything went live.
So,
Okay.
The changes are substantial, yes. So what do we do?
What we asked for, Cindy did in an email, is if she wanted to outline these changes and, compile them onto a single new supplement for the agenda supplement.
Sure.
We did not receive that. So what was received was, what we did include in the agenda supplement was a summary sheet that Ashley gave us that was different. And then also the rear yard open space calculations. But because we were given a completely new set of drawings, we just can't accept that.
So I'm trying to understand, and I'm going to pose it to you, Ashley, if this is worth our time.
I agree. I think that, we've made some somewhat significant changes, and in an effort to meet your all's requirements, I'm a little confused on what's a completely new supplement versus just, I was given a date of May 4th to make sure all of this information was submitted, which I did submit at that time.
So we got you on an agenda sooner. We got you on April 29th. The May 4th is if you wanted to defer to the June agenda. And it's in my email. I clearly outline that you need to let us know if everything's complete and that we can't accept completely new sets of plans. That completely new sets of plans, that's also outlined on the meeting waiver that the applicant had to sign to be at this meeting. So, it is spelled out in multiple correspondence. We also have emails from Cindy that spelled this out to you in May 4th. We really don't know how else to explain it.
So at this point, we have 8 other applicants behind you, Ashley. What do we need to do if, it sounds like Ashley's not ready. So what would be the recourse so that she knows and can make a decision?
Absolutely. The recourse is you can submit revised plans up to May 20th for inclusion on the June 8th meeting. And they can be a completely revised set. You would just voluntarily say, hey, I'm going to defer. We want to submit new revised plans based on, staff comments from the memo, and anything else you want to submit. But we can have a whole new package in Excel by Friday, May 20th, which is the same deadline for any case that is continued at this meeting. Is Friday, May 20th. I don't know if we want our attorney to speak to any of this.
Please, that would, I think so.
Yeah, because this is all.
Okay. So as Ms. Harpst has explained, there are deadlines that were given. A lot of the purposes behind these deadlines are one is because we're in remote meetings. It's also to give notice to the public, anyone that wants to speak, the plans are provided online, and that's what has been the notice that's been provided to the public. It's also to give the commissioners ample time to review all the materials that you want to submit, and make sure that they're giving it a good consideration. So I think the options have been explained to you.
So Ashley, how would you like to proceed?
Yes, first, I do apologize for my misunderstanding with the dates. I have submitted our latest and greatest. So if we'd like to submit that, include the last submission that I made for the May 20th deadline to be included in the following meeting. I don't want to waste anyone else's time reviewing something that's not what we want to submit.
All right, thank you. We appreciate that, as do I'm sure the other applicants behind you. So how do we?
You just vote, you just say this application's not going to be heard.
Okay.
It doesn't go against their timing.
Okay.
And it's just like, the applicant is voluntarily deferring. We'll hear it at the next month. I will put it at the beginning of the agenda also to help them out.
All right. Thank you so much again, Ashley, for making that decision for both your client as well as our body here. So Ashley's application will be heard at next month's meeting. She is voluntarily deferring to that meeting so that we can have her latest and greatest and be able to rule on that case at that time. Okay? Thanks, Ashley.
Thank you.
We'll talk to you next month.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, our next application is, yes, sir.
Recuse
For,
the next 2.
you do, that's right. Okay.
Or was not allowed to recuse for later.
It's and let the record show that Commissioner Walker left at 4:16.
Thank you. Okay, the next application is 324 West Kingston Avenue. Shelley Hughes, are you with us?
I am.
Hi, Shelley. Have you been sworn in?
I have not.
Okay, we'll do that first.
Hi, Shelley. If you will, please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and the information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you so much.
Okay, this next application is for an addition for some front porch changes and tree removal. And the staff memo outlines the project in a little more detail. There are 2 options for the front porch provided by the applicant. And slide 6 starts off their presentation with showing the house in context. And then slide 7 is some more detailed images. So Shelley, I'm going to turn it over to you. If you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please, and spell your last name.
Okay, it's Shelley Hughes. Last name's Hughes. I live at 7421 Coors Drive in Arvada, Colorado, 80005. Okay, do you want me to start, Christy, or do you have any more to say?
Nope, it's over to you. Just let me know where to go.
Okay, I realized after reading comments, everything is here that we had planned to present, but I realized after reading your comments that we didn't put some dimensions on the site plan, which I can give you the information now, if that's okay. It was pertaining to setbacks at the front to the thermal wall as well as the porch additions.
That's slide 11.
Yeah, so I inadvertently missed putting the dimensions on the front of the house there. So, so basically from the property line to the existing thermal wall that's furthest out, where the front entrance is 42 feet 2 inches. And then we have another approximately 19'6" from property line to the back of the curb on the street. So we're roughly about 61 feet 8 inches total off of the street currently. Currently there's a little stoop at the front door that's just 4 foot by 4 foot. And so that you're clear when we're kind of looking through the drawings, we gave you 2 porch options because we really weren't sure what would be approvable. The first option A, is to add an extended uncovered stoop with a railing around it because we're more than 30 inches off grade. And the goal there really is just to kind of connect the front door space to a sitting area where we can put a couple of chairs on the front porch. And then option B, we're proposing to extend out the front where the asymmetrical roof is another 4 feet to create like a recessed entry. So there would be no sitting porch with this one, but it would cover and protect the door a little bit better. And we would move forward the small round window in the gable and the square window forward from the existing so that it's still present on the front of the house. And then going back to the site plan too, I can also give you the dimensions to the thermal wall of the neighboring properties if you want those as well. So the house on the left on the corner there is to the front thermal wall, not the so the thermal wall that's furthest out at the bottom of the page there is 42 feet 11 off the property line, and that porch is 10 feet deep. And then the house on the right is 47 feet 2 inches from the property line to the thermal wall. Also about a 10-foot deep porch. So with both of these options, we're not really proposing a change to the thermal wall on either front porch option. We would just be moving walls forward to create a recessed front entry on option B. No walls are moving forward, just a front stoop on option A. And then you'll see on the site plan, we've proposed a place for a future shed. And then we'll talk, I guess, a little bit in a minute about the trees and their locations. We did get a certified arborist to come out and look at the trees. And they're concerned about how close our addition is going to be to the ash that's on the top of that, on the right property line at the top left of the page. And thinks that between our construction and also construction that's already been approved at the house to the right, and their driveway comes up that side, that we're going to end up damaging that tree to a point that it's not going to survive both construction on both properties there. The other tree is right where we're proposing new off-street parking. So it's right in the middle of the parking area. It's also currently kind of growing into and pushing against an old dilapidated shed that's there that Christie's already approved for removal. But we'd like to remove the tree as well so that we can create some off-street parking. But we will propose new trees. We have not determined a species on that. I'm not a landscape architect, so at some point we'll get some professional advice on what the best tree would be to replace these with, and I will submit that to Christy for approval. And we're not doing the shed right now. We just kind of wanted to locate a location for that. So we were kind of master planning. This lot slopes up quite a bit from front to back. We've included topo lines there that we pulled from the Mecklenburg County GIS site. We have not had those specifically surveyed, but I think they're pretty close from measurements that we took on site. So we're also going to be required to have some sort of retaining wall around the back in order for us to extend backwards on this property, which you'll be able to see a little better in the photographs probably and in the side elevation. So we're proposing an addition at the rear with a screen porch. Beyond that, there would be a little side kind of rear mudroom, laundry room entrance. Christy, can we go to the front elevations now? So to do this, we're proposing, this is a very short house, not tall at all. I'm sorry, I'm going to pull it up on my computer here because I can't read the dimensions to tell you. So currently the house ridge is approximately 19'7" to grade, and we're proposing about a 4-foot height increase, and we want to do that by just extending the current slope up and backwards, and we've stepped it in on the sides at the addition to show an offset from the original roof. You can see that the best here in the front, but you can see how we're extending it up on the side elevation if we go to the next slide. So that lower image there, what's grayed out, darker is the original house and everything else is new, the new additions. So we're just extending that existing front roof line straight back and up 4 feet. When we go around, there's a couple things that Chrissy and I discussed before submitting everything. One was the 2 windows that are in the new gable. We wanted to try to get those centered under the gable, but it's just not possible with the roof lines and being able to get an egress window in there. Even going to a casement window versus a double hung, we couldn't get it small enough to move it over centered. So it's at the edge of the room, which you can see kind of the dashed lines beyond the wall there, where the walls are for that room. There's a little shed next to that that's for a bathroom that's off that bedroom. And if you'll go around to the back elevation now, Christy. The other thing we've done is on the back, we've brought the asymmetrical gable concept that was on the front of the house existing already to the back. And that's a new master bedroom on the 2nd floor. And then you can see the shed dormer to the right there. That's for a new bathroom that's up there as well. I think that pretty much covers most of the information about the design. A couple of the comments that were in the staff information were about materials and things like that. We plan to match all the existing materials. There's currently a German siding on the house. We're going to match that. There's no other columns on the house. The columns we're proposing are just a simple 8x8 column with a traditional cap and base, which we are happy to provide detail to for approval. I use the Get Your House Right book quite a bit, so we will either follow details and alignment information in that for the column details, or I can submit those to discuss with Christy at a later date. And all of the windows, currently the windows on the existing house are already a vinyl replacement that has a grid between the glass. If it fits the budget, the client plans to update those windows back to a wood simulated divided light, like your guidelines prefer. But all the new windows will definitely meet the guidelines. We typically specify a Sierra Pacific or Geldwin style window that you've approved in the past, and we'll be submitting that again as well. Any trim details, corner boards, eave details, all of that's going to match the existing. So we're not proposing any new materials. The current foundation, Christy, if you'll go to the photos, the current foundation has been painted already before this client bought this house. We do understand and realize that any new foundation work will be unpainted. And we're probably going to have to do a little bit of foundation repair. You'll see some cracks in the foundation in the bottom right corner there. So if we have to do some repair where it's painted, I guess we'll be repainting that. But anywhere there's new foundation work, and the new front porch will all be brick color. It will not be painted. And I think Christy already noted in the staff notes that they've already approved removal of the metal awnings that are currently on the house and replacement of a vent. There's a vent in the gable at the second floor on the right-hand side of the house that I think was for an old attic vent fan. We'll restore that back to a window like the opposite side of the house when we make all these changes. And then I think the last thing that we didn't have included on the site plan was location of AC units. We will probably be placing those towards outside of the addition on the right-hand side. However, it works with the setbacks there. I think that's it, unless you guys have questions.
Okay, thanks, Shelley. Chrissy, do we have anyone on the line?
We had 2 callers on the line before. Callers, Cindy, are 5 and 6 still on the line? Okay, no callers.
Okay, all right, commissioners, questions for Shelley?
I have a few questions if I can start. This is
Please,
Commissioner
Commissioner Lineberger, thank you.
Thank you, Shelley. This is a sensitive addition. I did want to ask about the foundation. Are you considering removing the paint? Have you looked at removing the paint on the foundation since you're adding new brick potentially?
As of right now, we're not planning to touch any of the existing foundation, except where we're adding the porch and the addition. So, we may have to do a slight bit of repair, like I said, and if it's possible and can easily be removed, I think we'd be open to exploring that. But I'm not sure at this point that that's in the budget.
Okay. On the front elevation, Christy, could you go to the those 2 studies, the 2 options on the front? Thank you. Just to clarify, I thought I heard you say that in the first option A, or I'm sorry, in option B, that there would be the thermal wall would not move forward closer to the front.
Right. So what we're proposing is just creating like an ingle nook, like a recessed entry. It's not heated space. So option B is the one there at the top. So we're talking about just bringing a matching wall and extending the roof line out 4 feet to kind of cover the front door and create a covered entry there, which if you look at the floor plans, might explain it better. It also extends a little closet that's there at the front where that square window is. If you look, yes. So option A is on the left. That's the stoop addition. Option B, there on the right, shows we would just be pulling it forward. Where I know that this one has some issues, or that I know that typically when we add on, you want us to offset new walls from the old walls. And in this case, I don't think that's possible. I think the best way here is to extend these straight out, which you can see better at the front elevation when you go back to that. But what we're trying to do is just create a covered entry here where it protects the front door a little bit more, but it also allowed us to extend the closet in that front bedroom a little bit further as well. And we will move forward the existing square window and round window that are in the gable into this new wall, but it's not actually that much additional heated space.
Okay. So I guess technically that is since that extended closet is a conditioned space or heated space, then that would be increasing.
Sure. And if that's a problem, we'd be fine leaving the closet smaller and just making that part of the enclosed porch.
Okay. Also on that elevation, do you have any evidence or, I know that it was mentioned that the railing and the metal columns were a later addition and the front door is not original, obviously. Do you have any idea what the original was?
I'm assuming it probably had no cover at all, and that's why they came in and added covers, was to protect the windows and the doors. That's just a tiny little 4-foot by 4-foot stoop there, which you can probably see better in the photos. But yeah, my assumption is they added it just to create some cover at the front door that wasn't there previously. But no, I don't have any historical information about anything prior to the awnings being added. And in our option A porch design, if we are allowed to do just the stoop, we still would like to propose some sort of more permanent awning over the door to protect it a little bit so that it's not completely exposed to the elements. So in option A there, we proposed kind of an arched awning there, supported on some wood brackets.
Yeah.
And we would
I
do that
was
with
going to
metal
ask
roofing.
also.
Yeah, and we would do that with
you
some
had
metal
an
roofing since it's curved.
Yeah, I was going to ask if you had any inspiration for that, an example of that detail. where
I
that
mean,
came
you can
from.
see these little awnings like this all throughout the historic district and other similar age and style of homes, but I don't have a specific case study for this one. And if there's a different shape that you would prefer there, I'd be happy to entertain that as well. We just thought this house is so kind of square and doesn't really have a lot of feature to it that this might add a little bit of curb appeal to it as well.
Yeah.
And we did look at an option to cover a front porch over this large stoop that we proposed, but it covered so much of the existing chimney there at the front that after talking it over with Christy, we felt like it was taking away too much from the house and that we wanted to keep what was there. It was covering too much up. And then we also proposed, which Christy already approved, was removing the shutters on the front as well, because we already had an issue with the left window, couldn't fit a shutter because it was too close to the chimney, and the window on the right's the only one that had a full set of shutters, so we proposed just taking them off completely.
Okay. I think that's all I have for now.
Okay, thanks, Commissioner Lineberger. Commissioners, other questions of Shelley? Shelley, one of the things that came up in the staff notes and something that I noticed too is in the rear elevation, I'm trying to get to it. It looks like a 2-story wall. And we like to see some kind of break instead of just a massive wall there. Could you speak to that, please?
Well, mainly we probably can see it a little bit better on the slide.
14, yeah, slide 14.
Yeah. Really, we felt like that we were breaking up the mass with the different roof lines enough on the corner there that it didn't need to carry, a roof line or a band or something around at that one corner, but we're happy to entertain that and add something like that if you feel that we need to break up that height there. You will not see this from the street. It's so far behind the house and it steps back so much right there that it's not seen from the street. It's only seen from the backyard that way. There's a perspective drawing that I did from the street that I sketched right over top of a photograph, so we had a real world view. It steps back so far, like right there, you're only seeing the new side gable and a little bit of the shed dormer. That's there, and the rest of it steps back so far that it's not visible. But yeah, we're happy to entertain breaking up that height if you prefer us to do a band or an eave line or something like that around that corner to break up that height.
Okay. And I know that, I think you said option B was your preferred porch. Do you have, help me, do you have any precedents for that, for an American small house, that kind of porch in the neighborhood?
I don't in the neighborhood, but at the time I was discussing some of this with Christy, I did have an image that I found online for a house that was approved in Raleigh that was very similar to that style.
It's a little further away.
Yes, it is. So no, I do not have precedent for that, but and Christy mentioned this in her notes too. Item number 6. Sorry, I'm looking at my sheets here. Item number 6 under her comments on the design standards was that a recessed entry was actually seen on some of these houses throughout history and might be more appropriate than the full stoop there. I think there's like 2 things that I felt like we needed to consider here. I think the client wanted to feel like his front door was a little bit more private. So the recessed entry kind of gave him a little bit of a buffer from the street and also a place for packages to be left and things like that. The stoop idea was kind of our fallback. I know that you guys love to see interaction between the houses and the streets. And right now this house doesn't interact with the street at all. There's no place to kind of sit and enjoy the front yard or talk to neighbors walking by on the street. So option A, we realized might be more approvable, and that's why we gave you both options, but the client does prefer maybe creating that recessed front entry over the stoop idea, but we're happy to do it either.
Sure, and I'm sorry, will you?
A correction.
Okay, good, because I needed help on that. I didn't see that note.
was probably looking at 2A.
Yeah.
My note means option A with the front stoop is seen throughout the neighborhood.
Okay.
So that is, yeah, that was my fault. I'm so sorry. I wrote it wrong. Option 1812 and 1813 Merriman Avenue both have this additional uncovered front stoop just like this. And the houses actually, both of those houses are very similar in style to this as well with some of the
And I
asymmetry.
do feel like you see these stoops throughout these neighborhoods, even though I did not pull any examples. Like I said, we did look at maybe trying to cover this, but it just didn't work. It covered too much of the front roof line and the front chimney and windows and things like that. So we thought if we're going to go this option, we need to leave it uncovered and just have it be a sitting stoop.
Okay.
And I believe I also think Christy might have asked what the dimensions were of that front porch. So that would be 22 feet wide, but realize that the portion there that's near the front door is only 4 feet. It's just enough to travel from the front door around to the sitting area near the fireplace there. And the sitting area is only about 8 by 10.
Okay, I was gonna ask that. So the depth of the porch is?
It's pretty shallow, yeah. So the current stoop that's there is only 4 foot by 4 foot. So we're not proposing coming out any deeper than that. We would stay with that depth. We just want to extend it slightly wider to each side.
Okay.
And create a sitting area.
Okay. All right, thank you so much. Do we have more questions, commissioners, or we're good to close for deliberation now? Yes? Up?
I have one more.
Well, yeah, Commissioner Lineberger, thank you. No, thank you.
Back to that porch, that stoop and the brick stair. Is that original, do you think? Do you think the brick stair is original? I know you said the stoop.
Yeah, I think it probably is. One, because it's so tiny. The brick on that is actually not painted. It does look much older. And as far as whether the railings are original or not, I'm not sure. They could have been updated when those awnings were added. But yeah, I do think that that's original stoop.
Okay, and so when you did option A, you're showing the wider stair that you would like to do, not the original stair on option
Right.
A.
If we need to keep with the original width, we're happy to do that. I think I noted it on all those dashed line where the original width was.
You did.
So we just wanted to propose an option of making it slightly grander, slightly wider, but it doesn't have to be.
Okay, thanks.
And Shelley, before we close, I think I know the answer, but I'd love for you to speak to it. In our standard 6.17, number 4, porches typically shall have a minimum depth of 8 feet, and yours has 4. I know you know that guideline.
Yeah, well, it's 8 feet
that
where the
standard.
sitting area is.
Okay.
It's just not 8 feet where the front door is. It's more like a walkway.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Just to clarify, I think Shelley, the dotted lines is the original. So
Yes.
like she's keeping the original porch, just extending it a little to the left and right.
Yes.
All right, I'm so glad I asked. Thanks, Shelley. All right, we'll close for deliberation. All right, Commissioner Lineberger, why don't you lead us in discussion on this one?
Sure. I think that the option A, in spite of for the front elevation and those changes, in spite of the preference being Option B, I feel like option A is more in line with the standards and the rhythm of the street. And really moving that thermal wall forward. Even that slight bit, I think, starts to break up that rhythm with the house on either side, the houses on either side. And so I feel like the option A is the better solution. And I think that porch is a wonderful solution. It does replicate a style that's already existing. And keeps that asymmetrical entry, and the details of that intact.
Mm-hmm.
And
I think to your point, Commissioner Lineberger, with option B, we're adding more. We're extending the roof, we're adding more to the actual house. And there is no clear line of demarcation showing the old, the old and the new. So that's another reason why I'm with you in preferring option A.
Yeah. As far as the rear elevation, I think that I agree with Shelley that there's enough of the change in roof line and other action going on there that breaks that up. But I appreciate that she's willing to add some kind of demarcation between the two stories there to meet that guideline. Trying to think what else. I'm curious what everyone else thinks, if there's something else that we haven't talked about yet.
It really was helpful that Shelley provided kind of like that three-dimensional drawing showing exactly what you would see from the pedestrian level, of the property. That's slide number 16. Because when I hear going up 4 feet, I know that we have let people go up, but gosh, I don't remember it being 4 feet, that's pretty substantial. So this slide 16 is quite helpful for me as one commissioner getting to a yes on that.
I agree, and I had no problem with the height, just because it's still the roof line is still a little bit lower than the house to the right.
Yeah.
And that's also cite specifically for this house, the unique topography.
Yeah.
With the lot sloping up, that is also driving the height. I think that's a really important factor in finding a fact for your decision to allow 4 feet, because staff tells people all the time, don't even try it with 4 feet.
Yeah, so thank you. It would be nice to specify why we're making an exception. Okay. Chris Mern, what are your thoughts on this application?
Yeah, I appreciate the comments on the height, because that was my itch is, tell me why I like this, because 4 feet is a lot. But I agree with just the context of the street and their neighbors. It's the shortest house, and now it's going to the second tall, or not the tallest, but the second tallest. So, but it's still within the confines of that. For me, the only other thing is on the back of the house that we talked about, just trying to find a way to break that up. I mean, I understand it's not visible from the street, but I still think that it is a massive kind of massing, for lack of a better term, on the back there that needs to find a new way. But other than that, I mean, everything else that staff has in their notes, that's it.
Yeah, okay.
Nothing new.
Commissioner Hayden, anything to add, sir?
I'll only echo Chris's, height was an issue for me right out of the box, but the more I listen and the more I look at the specifics in the site relationship, I think I can live with it.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Whitlock.
I will agree. I agree with what the other comments are. And one of the things I would be concerned with is the demarcation of that 2-story wall, that it not create some kind of condition that will not be ideal for weather and just protection of the structure.
Okay, thank you for bringing that up. So will you restate that point, please, for everyone to hear?
Yeah, so
Directly
if
into
there
your
was an
mic.
offset of sorts where you had to introduce different material and flashing and such, as opposed to just having the continuous siding, I think it would be preferable to have the continuous siding.
Okay, all right, thank you. Commissioner Goodwin.
I really have nothing else to add. Again, my chief concern was the ridge height, and it sounds like we might have a new precedent for the ridge height, but I think that the rendering here is extremely.
No new precedent. No, it's an exception due to,
Exception
yes,
because of the topography. And
Yes.
And then also as this rendering shows.
Yes.
That it is fading in the distance very, very rapidly. So
Yeah.
I have no other issues.
Okay, all right. So, Commissioner Lineberger, sorry, excuse me. Commissioner
okay.
Bonaparte. Commissioner Bonaparte, do you have anything to add, ma'am?
Nothing new to add. Everything's been covered so far.
Okay. Commissioner Heineman.
Hi, I guess I have something different I want to ask about. Christy, can you go to slides 13 and 14? I have a question about the back stoop. And I don't think this is complicated. I think it's something that the applicant could just work with staff on. But if you can see the shaded portion of the house and where the fascia line is, and the larger gable that we're coming in with. Oh, let me start by saying, when I first opened this application, I was like, we've never approved 4 feet before, but I actually tend to agree with everybody. This is such a quiet and subtle way to accomplish a lot and to preserve a small post-war cottage. I'm really pleased with it. I feel like the larger gable that's coming in, because it ends higher, we end up with this condition where there's a beam over the column and then sort of a large, not large, but a larger than average space of siding there. And as you turn the corner onto the rear elevation, I think that's slide 14. You can kind of see that where the facial line comes in and there's a large face of siding over the beam. That's a little bit unusual. And I think I would just really love, flipping back to slide 13, if the rear stoop could just become barely larger. I understand they're trying to get sort of the turn for the driveway into, and it's challenging. But if it could become barely larger so that this barge could continue down to kind of complete these alignments and minimize that face of siding on the back elevation, I think that would go a long way towards helping the massing on that corner. And I was apprehensive about the 2-story wall too, but I honestly, I think I'm kind of okay with it as a differentiating itself, but calling on some of the massing of the old house.
I'm confused by that last comment, Jessica. Could you state it in a way, dumb it down a little for me? What does that mean?
Well, at first I really thought it needed to be broken up. I certainly think it's possible to do that, but I don't know that it's necessary. I think if I'm looking at the rear elevation, Christy, can you go back to 14? If the back stoop and that field of siding over top of the back stoop, if that roof could just ride down lower, I think it would just go a long way towards minimizing a lot of the massing back here. I think I'd prefer to not have the 2-story wall, but I don't know that it's a complete hang up for me.
Yeah, I want to make sure that we're being consistent, this is something that we bring up a lot. And so I just want to be consistent with it, but if the breaking up of the massing can be done in a different way, then I'd love to see that. All right.
I have one more comment.
Yeah.
On the side elevation, if we can go back to 13. the upper level windows, I would prefer to see them studied as a smaller window that's a casement to meet egress. That they're really, they're they don't look secondary to the main level windows in this elevation to me.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for bringing that up. All right, Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes, we didn't talk about the trees yet, and I would love to hear Commissioner Hayden's input on what was submitted for the trees to be removed and tree replacement. Definitely from the pictures, it looks like the one tree that's leaning on the carport that's been approved for removal would be severely damaged by that. But I'm curious what your input is, Commissioner Hayden.
I'm inclined to agree with you that it's very evident that that one tree is a high risk situation right now, and anything going in there to start to remove those kinds of things, that tree's going to come down on its own. I'm not so sure about the others. It's a very thorough analysis by Hartwood, and I do trust those guys.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm not sure about it. I'm expecting the one tree that needs to come out no matter what happens.
And I think it's the second one that potentially with the construction next door as well, I think.
Right.
Would be damaged by the construction. So I think both are at risk.
Yeah.
Was my understanding. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Thank you.
So then what we need to talk about a tree replanting.
We would, I think
They're
pecans, the ones that are coming down. Whether the replacement, I'm not going to make that call. I think it needs to be large maturing trees that are on the list.
Okay. All right. So the trees, the 2-story rear elevation potentially, the second floor window height on the left elevation. And the stoop on, let's see, that Jessica called out are the things that have come up. The stoop, where is it?
Slide 13 on the left elevation.
Slide 13 on the left elevation, wrapping around to the rear. So those are the points that have been brought up. Commissioner Lineberger, if you were to craft a motion, would it be an approval or a continuation?
Well, I'm on the fence. I'd like to know I thought we were leaning towards approval with some staff, following details to be approved by staff, but it sounds like we might have more, so it might be a continuation.
I'm thinking so. I really, in the interest of being consistent with all of our applications, I do think that there needs to be some kind of line of demarcation on the rear elevation. If that can be achieved through addressing this stoop on the left elevation, that, then so be it. I also think that Commissioner Hyman made a great point about the windows on the second level of the left side elevation. And I think that, I know that with the tree replanting, that could go to staff, but I think that a few items have come up that require a second look. That is my opinion. Commissioner Whitlock, continuation or approval? I'm just going to take the temperature of the room.
Continuation.
Commissioner Goodwin,
I agree.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
I agree.
Commissioner Muir.
Yep. continuation.
All right, so that's a majority so far. So it sounds like a continuation. Do you feel comfortable crafting one, Commissioner Lineberger?
Sure, I will give it a shot.
Okay, we work as a team.
Okay, so I have, let me just go through these points and see if I'm missing what I'm missing here. I have restudy, rear elevation, to break up the coplanar two-story wall. Restudy the left elevation at the rear corner, detail and stoop. Restudy the window detail on the left, that's the left elevation. Under the gable.
Yeah, maybe the double gang windows, because there's another window under a gable on that same side.
Yes. Well, I should just say to remove or replace the double hung with single.
Krista, I think it might be a restudy of the paired window in the gable end to be smaller. I think what Commissioner Hinman said was to be smaller encasements so that it could be centered.
And so that they're secondary.
Yeah.
I thought that Shelley said that she did study that and there was no way even to do a single and still center it.
No, I think it was about it being that it, and why don't we let Commissioner Hyman speak for herself?
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't think it's possible to center it because, we run into this a lot where we're trying to minimize the ridge height increase where we really don't have the ability to center it because we're trying to keep the new ridge tight. So I don't think it needs to be centered. I just, I'll just fall back on the Get Your House Right book again. The second level windows are typically secondary to the first level windows. So I think these are sized so that a double hung can meet egress, and I think we just maybe need to look at a different window type to meet egress such that the windows can be secondary to the main level windows.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Hyman. Work for you, Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Okay.
So I have restudy the window detail at the left elevation gable so that it is secondary to the first floor.
Yeah.
First level elevation, first level windows. Okay, and then I have for standard 8.5, numbers 5 and 6, provide tree replacement plan. I also have provide do I need to, since Shelley verbally provided the setbacks on the site plan?
Yes, since she's bringing it back, it would be nice to actually have them
Okay,
written down.
okay. So I have provide site plan with setbacks for the porch and thermal wall, and all dimensions. And one thing we did not talk about that I had written down was, also for the site plan is to provide the HVAC location. Per standard 4.8 number 2, retain the original steps and concrete walk, which we also did not discuss in more detail. Is there anything else? Is that everything?
Did we talk about the tree replanting or no?
I did say that. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Provide tree replacement plan.
Yeah. Well, I think that's everything, Commissioner Lineberger. Anything else, commissioners? If not, we have the motion made by Commissioner Lineberger, seconded by. Is that a?
That's a nope, not gonna do it yet.
Not gonna do it yet? Seconded by Commissioner Whitlock. All right, any discussion of the motion?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm unclear. There was a discussion about whether or not the rear wall could remain coplanar or needed to go in our more traditional look. And I didn't get that we were all in agreement there.
Well, Commissioner Lineberger did include that in her motion.
No, she did. I don't know that.
Yeah, the first, I'll reread it. It was the first thing I said, Commissioner Hayden, restudy rear elevation to break up coplanar 2-story wall.
And that's my argument, or that's my point of contention. I don't know that everybody felt we needed to break up the coplanar wall.
Well, then that's a good point, Commissioner Hayden. How do you feel? We'll do a round.
I think it's okay, and I think it's busy enough back there as it is to add another element to the facade is perhaps a little excessive, and I think Scott was right. You know, you're adding another potential place where you've already got a bunch of joints and seams and places where leaks can start to occur over time. Do we really need that? It's not like it's a giant wall. It really isn't a big wall.
Okay.
That we're talking about. And if we do the other things, we're looking at the stoop and extend that roof plane out a little bit. I think that kind of breaks that whole thing up a little bit.
That's what Commissioner Heineman said.
I think we just need to restudy that area and determine what's necessary. Let her come up with the solution. She wants to break it up, fine. If she thinks it's not necessary, she can do it with other ways, let her do that.
Commissioner Lineberger, how did you state it in the motion?
Well, what I'm wondering is if I should just combine those two elements together and say, restudy the rear and left elevation, including the stoop and the rear corner detail and coplanar wall. Does that work? Just so it's a comprehensive, it's all in one?
That works for Commissioner Hayden. Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
It works for Commissioner Whitlock, and I agree. Commissioner Goodwin?
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte?
Yes.
Commissioner Meard? Yep. Okay, they're all shaking their heads yes. Commissioner Heineman?
Yeah, that works for me.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Commissioner Hayden. So you're still good with the motion, Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
All right. Do we need to restate the motion? Okay, let's restate that motion. And this time of feeling. Thank you, Commissioner Lineberger.
Okay. I make a motion to approve this application with the following, I'm sorry, not approve, to continue this application. That's my note from when we were talking about approving it. To continue this application with the following conditions, to provide that the applicant provide a restudy of the rear and left elevation. I'm sorry, let me start over. to provide a restudy of the rear elevation at and corner and left at the rear. Gosh, I can't get this straight. I said it right before and then I didn't rewrite it.
It was brilliant. Just take a pause, look at your notes. We're on your time.
Restudy the rear elevation to include the stoop and rear corner detail and coplanar two-story wall. Restudy the window detail at the left elevation gable so that the double hung window, well, no, I'm going to go back on that one too. Restudy the window detail at the left elevation gable so that it is secondary to the first level windows. Per standard 4.8, number 2, retain the original steps and concrete walk at the front elevation. Provide a site plan that includes the setback detail and dimensions to the porch and the thermal wall and the HVAC location. Provide a tree replacement plan per standard 8.5, number 5 and 6, and also note it on the site plan. I think that's it.
All right. Sounds great, Commissioner Lineberger. Commissioner Whitlock, still on board?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Lineberger, seconded by Commissioner Whitlock. Any further discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Bonaparte.
Yes.
Commissioner Murn.
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden.
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock.
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin.
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman.
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to continue passes. Let me check my yeses. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4. 8-0. All right. Thank you so much, Shelley.
And note for the record that Commissioner Murn is leaving at 5:16.
Okay. Have a good one, Commissioner Muir.
Thanks, everyone. Can I ask one quick question? Am I to assume that we're moving forward with the stoop option then? Just to make
Shelley,
sure.
I'll talk to you. Shoot me an email, Shelley.
Okay, will do.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. So now we are moving on to 417 West Park Ave.
And PJ is recused. Come on up.
Still
Have you
recused,
been
yes.
sworn in? Okay, we'll do that first.
All right. If you will raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Okay, this next application is for a rear addition. Let's see here. It's a 1-story addition, not changing the ridge line. The topography of the lot does slope, so there is like a basement level, but that's not unusual from what we've seen. All the information is outlined in the staff memo, along with some staff comments. And the project begins on, well, I guess we'll start on page 5 and turn it over to Kevin. Kevin, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter.
Yeah, it's Kevin Christiansen, 417 West Park Avenue.
And could you spell your last name, please?
CHRISTIANSEN.
Kevin, I'll go through the slides. You just let me know when to advance.
All right, thank you. You can go ahead and advance. So this is a Sanborn map, I believe from 1953. of our property there on West Park. You can go to the next one to kind of zoom in. So there was a back and front porch on the west side of the property. And next slide. It appears just based on tax records and Google Maps and a local neighbor's knowledge that the tree on the top left in the April 2002 picture grew under the original home. And then so in February 2005, you can kind of see the home actually shifts a little bit to the right. And then a porch on the west side is added as well. It appears the roof changed as well. Next slide will work. And so the exterior of the home is all vinyl windows, vinyl siding, soffit, fascia. We did pretty extensive like interior renovations. We haven't found any aspect of the house that would appear, you know, from the original. Might be some stuff hidden, but you can kind of see on the bottom left, currently the porch doesn't allow vehicles to come in on the side and park in the back. So we are currently parking in front of the home, which I believe is not desirable for his historic district. And then next slide. That's kind of the original when we bought it. There was a handicap ramp on that porch side. We believe that door on the side, that side door that's pictured there, was kind of the access for that. And then the bottom right photo is what appears today. So the porch that was added, there's split-faced brick or concrete block is the foundation, and that's what you see around the whole home. Just some close-ups of what it looks like underneath. We would say it looks pretty good. You know, newer homes is the point there. These are our neighbors. So 413 is a original house, as is 416 and 420. I believe 421 was recently constructed in like like 2005, 6. And the 416 is also recent.
Yeah, 416.
Yeah, it's a new one. But that one was with the historic district standards, where I believe 421 was not.
Correct. Yep.
All right, and then, so these are some photos as we request the tree removal as a pecan and a, sorry, the tree guy texted me. Hackberry? Is that a tree? Yes, all right, pecan and a hackberry are those trees that we will be requesting to remove. We have about, I'll get down to it later. So if you scroll down, this is kind of just what exists and what we propose. So siding, we'd like to do the Nichiha Savannah Smooth, windows, aluminum clad, wood trim around those, doors, wood, fascia soffit, wood. I believe the staff told us there hasn't been any other materials approved. We'd be open to any other if there is. Foundation, we will leave the split face concrete block as is. And the new porch will be a standard brick with a concrete floor, brick edges, and then future foundation will be just a smooth stucco concrete finish. These are pictures of the current home. I think we can kind of skip over all of these rather quickly. I don't need to speak to them. All right, so there's a kind of what we propose on the front end. To be able to pull our cars in on the side there is what that accomplishes. So we have, I believe one of your comments was the thermal wall, how far it is. So I believe it's 29.6 feet based on the survey. We would add an 8-foot porch on top of that. So it leaves about 21 feet to our setback. And then there's roughly 16 feet sidewalk to back of curb there. The house would just go straight back with, on the west side, having a little staircase there for an entry, no overhang or anything, just a staircase by itself. We will need, as the home slopes or the yard slopes down, as mentioned, we'll need a couple retaining walls. We'll be excavating quite a bit of dirt, so those calculations aren't exact. The retaining walls, we won't know the complete length or height. The roof line, as mentioned, it'll just stay consistent with what there is. And the back of the home, I'd like to just point out, would not be longer than our either neighbors. It would still be shorter than our neighboring homes as far as the length. So here's the side profile. One of the comments I believe is on the top picture, that is it faces the west, and believe they would like a window added in the back there. That's about 11 feet from the door to the end, and on that side it is 13 feet. We're open to that. The one on the bottom picture was 13 feet. That's just the master closet. So we prefer not to have a window, but we are open to that. This is kind of the window detail that we have proposed along with the door detail.
And then I put together the side-by-sides for the commission. Okay. So you have on slide 30, 31, 32, and 33 are the front side-by-side. Rear is on 31. Right is 32. And left is 33.
And then, yeah, there's a retaining wall there on the bottom of 33. And once again, it might not even be needed, but we just put it to be safe. We're going to kind of figure that out as we go on. This is the letter from Heartwood Trees who felt that there would need to be 2 tree removals. The next picture, once again, these are not, we've just measured these ourselves. These are not perfectly surveyed on slide 35. But yeah, could you click 35? Did our best to kind of show where the trees are and then where they cover. The one right next to the house, I think it's pretty, that one would be a difficult one to save. But the bottom one, the difficulty there is that the house is probably under where the tree sits currently. So we're going down as well below it with the grade. We proposed to put trees there, but as you can see, we'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 trees remaining in the backyard. So our backyard is a tree canopy. I don't know if they'll survive. We're open to donating, like if you have a tree fund for parks or something, or any other locations, but we're not tree experts. We don't know if they'll survive based on the current canopy in our backyard. All relatively large trees, and I believe that's it. Oh, and then you asked about the patio. For now, we haven't decided on the patio. We thought that could be decided with staff down the road. We just would, when we build this, it'll just be dirt for a bit until we decide what to do back there.
We have no callers.
Okay, perfect. Commissioners, questions of Kevin? Yes, Commissioner Goodwin.
Yeah, Kevin, just one quick question. Based on the photographic evidence, you're saying that the porch on the right side was added sometime after 2002? Is that?
Yeah,
okay.
Correct. And it appeared the other porches were removed was part of it.
Okay, thank you.
It's kind of my evidence. I think it's a new, even though the tax record says it's a new addition, partial completion, we haven't found anything that suggests that there's aspects of the home that was built in the 1930s still being present.
All right, Commissioner Lineberger.
I think my hand was up from earlier.
Okay, all
I don't
right.
have any questions yet.
I'm sorry. No questions, Commissioner Lineberger?
Right.
Okay, all right. Commissioner Hindman.
Thank you. So I would love to ask the applicant this and staff this. I mean, does it actually just appear that maybe the old tree that's gone from the aerial photos fell on this house and it was rebuilt? All the foundations are brand new and there's no evidence of the original house in the construction and in the previous renovations?
We looked and looked, Jessica. It's really inconclusive. I mean, even Candace looked at all of the foundation, and the building records are just not complete. And the house is about the same size and the same place as shown in Sanborn, but it's just really unclear. our determination is it's inconclusive.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. I think some of the discussion and deliberation on some of the proposal, it matters whether it's new construction or renovation, or rehabbing an old house. So I don't know how we'll fall on some of those. For the applicant, if I walked by your house today and this morning, and it's really a sweet little house. I was surprised when I walked up on it, and absolutely everything is vinyl, but the massing of it is a sweet house. For the grade coming across the lot, I appreciate that you guys are sort of going back and using the grade to your advantage to gain the space you need. I wanted to ask about these retaining walls because if I'm looking at like the topographic map of the neighborhood, it falls on the driveway side as well as the opposite side. So I guess my question is, are we building up on the driveway side, and is there a retaining wall over near the property line as well? Does that make sense?
Yeah, the property line on the west side.
Yeah, near the new house.
Yeah, so that would just be kind of flat with the current grade that's there. It actually slopes to the east as well. So it's like a southern eastern slope. So we're just gonna try to be on grade for as far back as we can go with the house to our west.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. That's exactly what I was asking. The other question that I have has to do with the front elevation. Christy, can you go to, sorry, I'm trying to get mine out of sleep mode here. Can you go to a front elevation image? Maybe slide 27? No, that's not 27, that's the back.
Slide 30.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. So my question actually has to do with the massing on the front porch, if we can zoom in on the proposed porch. I think staff already brought this in their notes, but the beam and column relationship needs some resolution where the column needs some kind of a cap and the neck of the column needs to align with the face of the beam. And staff can walk you through that. They are pros at that. My question actually has to do with the size of the column and the size of the brick pier, because we're showing the columns at 12 by 12 and the piers at 16 by 16. And I think it's a very heavy column for a very slender and light pier. And I wonder if the applicant is open to some massing adjustments on those columns and piers.
Yeah, whatever you'd like would be good with.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And can you tell me what the depth of the overhangs are? Those are existing to remain and you're matching as you go back, correct?
A little confused there. Could the current overhang on the original home or the future?
Yeah, just I guess my question is the overhangs we're looking at are existing to remain, and this is just being continued as you go back, correct?
Correct.
All right, okay. Can you tell me the material of the new doors? Are they wood or are they?
Yeah, we do wood. We don't have anything specified. I think as kind of mentioned on an earlier call, just with supply issues, we're just open to work with staff on figuring out the exact materials when it's time to order.
Yeah, staff will be great at that. And then I guess I'll just say, because I think it will come up in deliberation, that in cases like this where we extrude to the back of the lot on these houses, that's definitely, our standards are written such that that's the preferred mode of adding onto these houses. But I think some commissioners prefer if the addition steps in by a couple of inches. And that may be something that comes up in deliberation. Christy, can you show it? So where this vertical board is to delineate the difference, I think we have some commissioners who are going to request that the actual size of the addition step in just a couple of inches in that location. And I don't know if that's something that I wanted to give you the opportunity to respond to that before we're in closed deliberation.
Yeah, that would be the one thing that I think we are feel strongly on, just due to the width of the home and trying to take up as little impervious area as possible, that achieving what we want on the inside, because we did look at, we're kind of cramming in as much as we can into a little square footage as possible. So we feel like if we had to depending on how much it comes inside, then we're just gonna have to go back further. And so we'd prefer to keep it as drawn here and do the trimmed outline, the current home versus the future addition.
Okay, thanks. That's everything on my list.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Hunman. Any other questions while we are still open, commissioners? Okay, yeah, Commissioner Whitlock.
So just to confirm, looking at the front elevation and you have fiber cement and wood trim, wood columns, but the vinyl siding, is the vinyl siding, I guess this is a question for Christie, is that acceptable on the additions?
No, and I believe he's spec'd that they're gonna do, take off the vinyl and put Nichiha on the whole house. Is that right?
Yeah, and all existing vinyl windows will also be replaced with aluminum clad.
Okay, thank you.
All right, why don't we close for deliberation? Commissioner Hunman, why don't you kick us off in discussion?
Well, I mean, I think I will start by saying that the applicant is taking a really sweet little house that is absolutely covered every inch of it in vinyl and going to, great efforts to bring it into compliance with the intents of the standards that we have in place for the neighborhood. And so I applaud that. And I think also programmatically that the ask we have here is incredibly modest. And so I think my primary discussion points are the massing of the porch and whether the step in on the addition feels critical to any of the commissioners, particularly in light of the sort of the modesty of this ask.
Yeah, we haven't always asked applicants to step in, have we? As long as there's some detail that shows that is the line of demarcation, we've accepted that, yes?
Yeah, so while this is not a federal district, it's a local district. This would be compliant with SHPO standards for an addition, correct, Christy?
Yes, correct. It depends on the design of the addition and the amount of addition.
Yeah.
Sometimes we have done corner boards, and we've done it at the staff level. And sometimes the step in is asked on, one side and not both. And
Yeah.
it's just the width of a corner board, like 4 inches. But
Yeah.
I can.
This seems
there's that
pretty
house-
simple.
Very similar house in Wilmore
Yeah.
that we did corner boards on both sides.
Okay.
And I do feel like the step in when we've requested it has been in applications that have much larger scope.
Yeah,
And,
yeah.
and where we are challenged in understanding the extent of the original house. So I wonder if that is not the case with this house.
Yeah, I don't believe it is. And so as one commissioner, just any kind of line of demarcation will work for me on this particular project. It doesn't need to be stepped in for me. Why don't we just get a little feel for it? Commissioner Bonaparte?
I feel the same as long as I can tell where the new or the addition starts and the existing house ends. That's good for me.
Hayden?
I'm a little torn. I'm concerned about the roof line.
Huh.
A new roof being added to an old roof, even if they re-roof, over time, there's going to be a seam that's going to show up there. I think settling something.
I would, yeah, if you're asking me, I would say that's not necessarily true. I think it would, if it's done right, there's not going to be a seam.
Fine.
It's going to be
I'm good.
They would have to weave back and take up some of the decking on the old, I think not just a clean joint.
I'm going to get our other builder on record too. Commissioner Goodwin?
Yeah, I'm fine without stepping it in, just some kind of line of demarcation.
The roof line?
I do feel that if done properly, there should be no seam showing.
Okay, all right. Commissioner Lineberger? The step in, do you think it's required for this one or necessary?
I could go along with just the line of demarcation without it stepping in.
Okay.
I'd be okay with that.
Yeah, I think that the difference, as it's already been stated, is this is a pretty simple ask, and it's not as complex as some of the other ones we've had to review. Okay. All right, Jessica, you want to continue?
That's pretty much all that I have. I would like to see a restudy of the proportions and massing on the front porch. I would like to see the some fenestration on both the left and right elevations at the rear. I think that the front door selection and material is something that can be handled at the staff level. I think the other question that I think we need to address in deliberation is, I have no idea whether we're closed or not. It probably doesn't matter.
Yeah, I have forgotten that myself. So, unless we need, I will say now that we are closed.
Sure, I don't know that it matters. I think I
Yeah.
think that the applicant is correct that staff can handle the selection and specification on the front door and the windows. And I think my question for the commission is, we typically have not allowed a cementitious replacement on a historic house. We've required wood, but there's no evidence that these are historic walls, and the vinyl is applied directly to a contemporary insulation material. So I don't know where to fall on that. If it's a new house, we'd allow the Nichiha. If it was an addition, we'd probably allow the Nichiha. But if this was and if this was a 1930s house and the siding had been removed and vinyl had been put on, the precedent for this commission is that we would ask for wood to go back.
Right, but Chrissy has said that there's the verdict is out on that. And so I think if we allow the Nichiha, then we should specify in the motion that we should specify that there is no, I don't want to say record, but the records are unclear on whether or not this is a historic house.
So to me, the compelling slide is the one Christy was just on, which I think was 10, where this vinyl has been peeled up, and we can see that it's not a historic wall.
Yeah. So I think just putting that in the motion, and it's better than vinyl.
And I think too, the other thing that makes me wonder is that if it were wood, it would really overlap the foundation, and that's not a historic condition either. Which seems to indicate there was not wood on here and it was vinyl. So
I think putting all of those points in the motion allows us to, if we decide, grant them the Nichiha instead of wood.
I mean, can you poll the commission for that? I don't necessarily feel comfortable making a motion on that.
All right, Commissioner Goodwin.
I agree. If we haven't determined that the original structure was wood, then I'm fine with a Nichiha. Again, a huge improvement over the vinyl.
Commissioner Whitlock.
I would agree with Commissioner Goodwin.
Okay. Commissioner Hayden.
I agree.
Commissioner Bonaparte.
I agree.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Same.
All right. We've got your back, Jessica.
Okay, so I would say, for me, this is a continuation for a restudy of the front porch. So if there is another commissioner who feels strongly about an approval with conditions, they should probably beat me to this, this motion.
I would like to, if we are going to continue this before I ask the room, I'd like to get setbacks on this one, like actually on the documents as well as neighboring properties. All right. So does anyone,
we're running out of time a little. Why don't you just have our float a motion and let's do it? And if someone wants to substitute motion, they can do that.
All right. You hear that?
Yes. Okay.
I got I got an or a friendly amendment before you even make your motion.
Sure.
That is, I'm going to take exception to the fact that we won't get a tree to grow under the canopy trees that are there now. There are plenty of trees on the small tree list in the approved canopy list for City of Charlotte that will grow there just fine. Taking down canopy trees, we got to put something back. So however many trees come down, you got to put two back or one back per to accommodate that.
Commissioner Hayden, how would you feel if we put one of the replacement trees in the front yard and one in the back?
I think that's a great idea. A tree in the front yard would be most welcome to the streetscape.
I think this streetscape in particular could really benefit from that.
Yep. And in that case, it doesn't have to be a small tree. I think it could be a big tree.
Okay. All right, well then let's float the motion and see where we land.
Okay, so I move to continue this application for a restudy of the front porch massing and beam column condition. To add fenestration at the left and right elevations at the rear. For window and door materials and specifications to go to staff. For the removal of the apron trim from the windows. For retaining wall details to go to staff. For all of the site plan details as outlined on staff notes to be added to the site plan. To approve the removal of the 2 trees. With 1 replacement in the front yard. And 1 replacement in the backyard. And to approve the Nichiha because there is no evidence of historic siding material or historic framing material in that area, and this lessens the nonconformance of the existing vinyl siding.
Perfect. All right. Motion made by Commissioner Heineman, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Hayden. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Bonaparte? Commissioner Hayden?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin?
Yes.
Commissioner Weinberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to continue passes 7-0. All right, thanks, Kevin.
Did anyone need a quick, 5-minute break? Yes, 5-minute break. We'll resume with agenda item 9. Welcome PJ back. And just noting for anyone watching, we are not hearing agenda item number 10 tonight. That case is being deferred.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. 10.
That's it. We got 5 more to do.
We're back, and I believe we have some new applicants with us who need sworn in. So if we could do that first.
All right.
Nathan and Dawn, are you with us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, hi.
Hey. Yes, I am here as well.
All right, welcome both of you. If you would pay attention to Ms. Kim Parati, she will get you sworn in.
All right, if you'll raise your right hand and respond I do to the following question, please. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do. I do.
All right, thank you.
The next application is at 2100 The Plaza. This is the Kilgo House. It is also a a local landmark, and they are proposing a new patio over a new roof over an existing patio, demolition of an existing one-story, two-vehicle accessory building, and the construction of a new two-story, three-vehicle accessory building. The applicant's presentation starts on slide 4 with this aerial view 3D schematic. And with that, I'm going to turn it right over to Nathan and Dawn. If you both would state your name and your, oh, wait, hold on. Never mind, pause. I'm going to turn it over to our attorney.
Hi, thank you. Before we begin, I believe Mr. Whitlock or Commissioner Whitlock, I had asked him to just state a few things for the record regarding his knowledge of this firm.
Yes, I work with Don Duffy Architecture on a fairly regular basis on other projects that are unrelated to this project. I have no knowledge of this project or the parties involved, but just that's basically it.
Just so if you can just confirm, it's just a professional relationship in that you have clients in common. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, but you have had no involvement in this project, or you'll not benefit in any way from this project?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So, I don't believe there's any conflict of interest. Just wanted to disclose all of that information for the record and let staff or the applicant ask any questions, or any commissioners, if there's any objection to Mr. Whitlock's participation. Just want to give that opportunity.
All right, do we have any conflicts or any, yes, Commissioner Goodwin?
The same should be added for me. I know Don Duffy Architecture. I've had a relationship with them in the past. I have no prior knowledge of this particular project. Don't know the client, so really no involvement there.
Okay, great.
All right, any commissioner have an issue with this? Okay, all right. Okay, right, we'll call on the architect.
Okay, I'll go. So this project has landmark status. And, we renovated.
Don, real quick, we need you to say your name and your address for the court reporter.
Don Duffy, Duffy, 301 Providence Road, Charlotte.
Is Nathan with you?
Nathan, he's on the other computer.
Okay. Nathan, if you would just state your name and address and spell your last name for the court reporter, please.
Yes, it's Nathan Steinhauer, last name Steinhauer. And the address is 301 Providence Road, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28207.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Don.
Okay, so this project, it has the county landmark status. We have applied to the county and they have approved the project as drawn from their perspective of landmarks. So that was good. We've got that approval about 2 months ago. The basic project is we have an old non-contributing garage, 2 cars, small. We believe it was built maybe in the 70s, so we're proposing to demolish it for a new, more modern garage and accessory structure to house guest bedroom and an office and some storage that the old house is very much lacking in. The actual work to the house is to extend the covered porch over this deck that is in the photograph in slide 5. The center bottom is the open deck, and we're just proposing to roof it, which is by extending that current roof that you see in the background of that picture covering the stairs. That roof is just extending towards Belvedere Avenue to cover the deck. That's very straightforward. And then from that deck, we're proposing a breezeway from that deck to connect to the new garage. So there's kind of a covered connector. And that structure also defines the kind of motor court area from the yard. And then the new garage is 3 cars with the lower level guest bedroom, and then an exterior stair up to an office and storage. We are requesting that a tree be removed. If we could go back to the site plan, the original site plan, C11. Don't know what drawing that is. Drawing number 6. That tree that's behind the garage, it's a lone tree. It is leaning towards the existing garage. The left side of that tree, which is the neighbor's side yard, has no foliage. They have a very large oak tree to the left of this tree that has completely taken its space and is pushing it towards our garage. Our proposed work will kill the tree just by the work around it, and it would also become very much a hazard should the tree remain. You can see in this picture, while it's a tree, it's just not a very well-shaped tree. I mean, literally, there's no foliage, and you can see the large oak tree kind of coming in on the left. And so we propose to take that out. This time, I'm not proposing a replacement tree. The branch yard is heavily landscaped and has lots of trees. We really don't have a place for a new tree, given the trees that are there. So that may be something you could comment on, but I'm not thinking we have a place for a new tree, or certainly a shade tree. Our site calculations, we comply with the rear yard setback. We comply with the accessory structure criteria for zoning. Our setbacks are very comfortable on the left just due to existing conditions. And then of course on the rear, we're pulling back the appropriate amount for that. That building is wood siding. It will have clad windows, wood trim, exposed rafter tails on the boxing, essentially playing off the house details that are there. Slightly a little smaller scale on the roof, just because smaller building. And I think those are the highlights.
Okay,
I think I'll just, if we'll field some questions.
all right. Chrissy, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers?
All right. Commissioners, questions of Mr. Duffy?
Well, it's mentioned in the staff notes, and I guess I just posed it to Mr. Duffy. Do you have any precedents for a similar structure or accessory building that you're drawing from in the local district?
No. The precedent would be the one-story garages. If there are any antique garages, they really would have been for antique cars or utility. There is no precedent for this particular building to draw from. I didn't feel like it's necessary. It's distinguished from the house. It will be of its time. And it's, I think, appropriately scaled given the scale of the original house. It fits well. From the street, the garage was really hard to even get us. Our pictures are pretty accurate. And with the brick wall, it's not very engaging with the road, cannot be seen from the plaza. If you were to look down the driveway, which is on the left of the house, you can see it way in the background, but it doesn't engage you at all. And then from the Belvedere perspective, the current vegetation that is there, plus the brick wall, and it's set back probably 50 feet from the wall, it really doesn't pose a presence to the public way.
All right, I'm trying to pull up my application. It just went blank, but there are some drawings done where it looks like maybe just the mullions are missing. I think it was the first one I saw was page 10 before I lost access.
Yeah, that could be graphic. All the windows are
Yeah.
simulated divided light, like that drawing there, number.
Yeah, and so I thought so. I just needed you to say that.
No, it is just the graphics and the way it's, the PDF is reading, but they're all simulated divided light.
And, you know, on this garage, you have some wider panes and you have some very tiny, tiny, narrow panes. Could you speak to that? Because I know that will come up in deliberation.
Okay.
We can use this as an example.
Well, what I'm thinking is that all the windows are the same size, and what you might be seeing is since it's, the number 3 bay is angled, some of the windows are foreshortened because we're looking straight on. They're going to appear narrower than they are until you come around to the frontal. I think it's a true statement that all of the windows are the same width, which would make all the buttons the same width.
Okay.
We have not taken this into working drawing, so there's some drafting to be cleaned up, but I felt like this was enough. You can see where we're headed.
Okay. And I was trying to pull up my application when you were talking about the precedent setting garage that you're proposing. So please share again why.
Yes, I could say if you go across the street, which is the Van Lanningham, unfortunately, its garage is gone. We had precedent literally across the street. The Van Lanningham garage had a similar structure that was 2 stories.
Okay, I know, but the Van Landingham, and excuse me, just come back at me after I say this. The Van Landingham is like the Diana Ross of Plaza Midwood, and this is a beautiful home, but this is not that. So having said that, you brought it before the commission and you've been on this commission before, you know what's going on. So can you make a case for why we should set this precedent with your garage?
Yeah, I think that, given this building and as it relates to the scale of the existing house, and I don't have the facts on this, but I suspect this house is not much smaller than the Van Lanningham house in terms of scale. It's a very prominent home. The Van Lanningham is very prominent, but also on 5 acres. We don't have 5 acres. I think the precedent here is that this is of its day. It is speaking to the language of the house, the needs of this family on this lot for driving this building, which is why we are requesting it. It is a modern home and needs to kind of accommodate the modern needs. We have both the husband and the wife in this family are both work from home, working nationally, plus children, and it's a requirement for them to maintain here. That they have been, is to their credit, an unbelievable steward of this home. This house and the Van Lanningham are probably the most prominent homes in the neighborhood on value and architecture and scale. It's an anomaly. It is not the bungalow that Plaza Midwood is known for. And I feel like we're shorter. We've definitely articulated the scale of the building, broken it up to manage its current size. And I think it'd be a very nice addition to the neighborhood. So I had no qualms in the design of this as it relates to the original house.
All right, thanks, Don. Any other questions for Mr. Duffy? Commissioner Goodwin?
Yeah, I have a couple questions. I see that there's no windows in the garage except for the garage doors themselves. I don't know if you considered, any additional windows in the first floor of the garage.
We did not. The doors have lights at the top for light in. The rear fence is 4.5 feet from the wall. It's tall. And then the left side is also a tall wall. There's no view and there's just no need for additional windows. The rear wall and the left wall are totally internalized to the block and have no curb appeal. Actually, no one can see this building from those two sides. So had it been a more public view, I would have put windows. They just didn't serve a purpose. So I put the windows. I mean, if that's commission wish, we'd certainly entertain them, but
Okay, thanks, Don. And then on the site plan, I see existing metal fence to be removed. I believe that's already been removed. And has the brick wall been completed?
the brick wall on Belvedere is completed. The rear wall coming off of Belvedere is completed. The right wall is completed from a previous application, maybe 3 years ago. So the site, there's no work proposed to the site. And if there's a metal fence note here, it must be a left holdover. But it's the backyard now is completely enclosed by a brick wall.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I saw that. Let's see, as far as the rear porch, you're not making any design changes to the rear porch other than, well, you're extending it some and then you're adding the breezeway. But as far as the roof, you're recovering the roof. It's going to stay the same pitch, same design. Is that correct?
That is correct. If you could grab that roof that is there, which is a hip roof, and just extend it to the what would be to Belvedere, it tracks right around the corner very nicely. Will be coplanar with the old roof. We are leaving an existing beam that is there today that parallels Belvedere for the shorter porch. The column will match the existing. It's just a 5x5 post, simple column. The deck is there. There's no work to the deck at all. It's a solid floor deck. The steps that go out to the fire pit are existing. There's some on-grade paving that's associated with the landscaping, which is not part of the project.
All right, thank you.
Don, is the current garage damaged?
Is it damaged?
Yeah. Is it dilapidated? Is it, I mean,
It is.
standards?
I would say it's not in the best of shape. It has a concrete floor. At some point, we believe there were bathrooms out there. There's a number of risers just sticking up in weird places that would have implied sewer. At some point in time, this was a rooming house. Those back stairs that are there were part of that rooming house. I don't know how many units were in here. Mr. Kilgo, who I guess built this house many years ago, was known for keeping people of needing housing. So as a minister, but it's the reason we're demolishing it is it doesn't fit a modern car. It's not deep enough to get a vehicle in there. Well,
So it's used, yeah. Okay.
It just doesn't. It's just not serving what I would call a modern function.
Okay,
Little storage. There is a storage room on the right that is unfinished, and it's just unfinished 2x4s with like cheap sheathing, but it's not into the point of like falling over. It's not a structural hazard.
Okay. And then you might have mentioned this, but I missed it if you did. Are you replanting a tree to
Well, I
make
don't
up
know
when
where
it's lost?
we don't have a place for a tree to go. If you look at the site plan, those trees that are in drawing number 6, you can see them, the two on the left rear and the one center yard at Belvedere are large trees. The front yard has already got trees in it on a nice streetscape. I just don't know where another tree would go appropriately unless you just stuck one in. But this yard is beautifully landscaped and maintained. And it's really treed very nicely now.
Okay.
The tree we're removing, I don't think contributes at all to the tree canopy because the neighbor's rear oak is already overshadowed it.
Okay. All right. Commissioners, any other questions for Mr. Duffy? All right, let's close for deliberation. Let's see here. Why don't you kick us off in discussion? Commissioner Goodwin.
Well, I think that the question on the precedent for a three vehicle garage or accessory building, I know that that's on the mind of some of the commissioners based on things that have been said thus far. I agree with the applicant that this is it's at the left rear of the property. It's internal to the property. There's not a whole lot of street visibility of this addition. And then the other thing too is that I realize this is not Plaza Midwood, but in Dilworth, we did approve about 1 year ago and a garage and pool house also at the left rear of the property that had somewhat of a similar configuration. It didn't have the angled wall, but it was an L-shaped structure. Again, garage and a pool house, and it actually had a larger footprint than this. It was 1 story, but it was still quite tall given that it was 1 story. And then not only that, there was also a 2-car carport that we approved. I feel that in terms of scale and proportion that this structure lends itself well to this property. It's definitely secondary to the main structure, which is the applicant pointed out, quite large. In terms of scale and massing and proportion, I don't have a problem with this, given all the other circumstances for this application.
Those two projects that you cited in Dilworth, which is very different than Plaza Midwood, do you recall the size of the lots and how they compare? Because you mentioned something about one of them having a larger footprint, but relative to what?
Relative to the footprint of this garage, this 3-car garage.
So relative to the footprint of this garage, so were they comparable then in terms of spacing, like the amount of the lot size?
I don't know that I could really address the lot size, but in terms of, the proximity to the house and the layout with the driveway going along the left side of the house, entering the garage at the left rear, and then also, plus I said in addition, the 2-car carport that was, I believe that it was tied to the house. Again, a similar configuration internal to the lot, not very visible from any place else. So I realize that's a different historic district, but I think that that does serve as as another example.
Okay. Thoughts on the garage? Any other thoughts, commissioners?
I'm just struggling with the context
Mm-hmm.
of a 2-story, 3-car garage in Plaza. I mean, we always, it's on a corner, but it's on the other side of the lot. So that minimizes the exposure, but you still have an exposure. We've also, in Plaza, with some of the accessory, buildings, given a little more liberty, for more contemporary type so I'm torn about 2-story, 3-car garage.
Okay. Commissioner Hayden?
I'd be more concerned if it wasn't, or if the house that it's attached to was a lesser stature, but I think the house handles it okay. I think it relates okay. It's entirely possible that somebody would have built a bigger carriage house, and at some point in time, it may not have been appropriate for them or part of their lifestyle. But I could see how a building like this can fit in okay and not be a detriment to the neighborhood at all. I do have a question about, and it's a detail, but I noted the impervious surface thing is within reach, but and not too excessive. But there's no pavement at the bottom of the steps. You're going to the upper level of this garage through the lawn. And I question whether or not that's a realistic end solution there. I can't imagine guests or whoever going to that upper level on a rainy day wishing that they didn't have a walk. So, I mean, it just seems like, I agree, it's a minor point, but it's going to be impervious surface, I suspect. And
With the last application, you were adamant about a tree being taken and a tree being replaced. How do you feel about that relative to this application?
in this application, I'm not so concerned about it because we have a very well landscaped lot. And I mean, the landscape architect could always find a place to park a little red bud or something like that to replace some canopy area. But again, it's a very, very well landscaped situation. And in some of those other instances, there's going to be more of those other trees come down. So I don't see that happening here. And there's no question that tree in question here is one-sided, and you know which side it's going to fall on. So.
Okay. Commissioner Lineberger, Commissioner Heineman, any thoughts or comments you want to add that haven't already been stated?
Krista, do you want to go first?
Yeah, I'll chime in. I'll tell you, I'm so conflicted on this one. I reviewed this. When I reviewed this, I had a lot of the same concerns, and going by the site, it is so heavily landscaped that this would be so, this really would be so concealed by all that landscaping on Belvedere, on the Belvedere side. And, but I have the same struggles as everyone else. The 3-story or the 2-story, 3-car bay, aspect. I agree that the scale is appropriate to the house at the same time. I struggled actually a little bit with the orientation. I understand why it is oriented the way it is, but just the angle popping in there threw me for a little bit. So I don't have much more to add really, other than I really agree with everyone else in the struggle on this.
This is Christy. Just to help Krista, I don't think most of you were on the commission, but we reviewed a 1-story 3-car garage on this lot that just didn't end up being built. Don presented it too. It's the same angle and configuration, and it was approved for 1-story with kind of that angle.
Okay.
But I don't know if the 2-story element maybe changes the commission's thoughts on all that.
Okay.
Thank you for that. That's so great to know. Appreciate that.
We're Jessica, and then we'll get to you, Phil.
Yeah, I think that I should start by saying that I'm really familiar with the context here. I've done a great deal of work in this specific context. And I think that this lot and the house that's on it really have a completely different character than some of the comparisons we're drawing. For me, this application does check all of the boxes on 8.10. The accessory building is secondary to the primary structure. It takes all of its visual cues from the primary structure. It's compatible with the style and character, and it's minimally visible from the side street. And so I'm not finding any issues relative to the standards on 8.10 that are problematic for me.
Sorry, Phil.
Oh, yeah, I wanted to address Jim's comment. That was very good. And I think that if you look at it from approaching the garage using the breezeway, and then there's a pretty substantial overhang on the right side of that garage that's at an angle. I don't know what the overhang is, but it's got some open rafter tails. So you might have to, walk fairly close to the wall, but I think that you would be able to stay covered and get to that staircase.
Not suggesting you can't get to it. I'm suggesting that in inclement weather, it's not going to be a fun walk. I don't think it's totally covered there. I don't think there's, and place is irrigated. Walking on wet grass. Your wife going to do it?
I agree with you. I would hope that something would be put down on the side of that garage to walk on, a walking surface on that side of the garage, which might need to be shown, should be shown.
I'm looking at the Secretary of Interior standards just because I want to wrap my mind around the garage a little more. And I'm not an architect or builder, so I really cling to the standards. And here, the 0.9, new additions, exterior alterations, or related new construction shall not destroy historic materials that characterize the property. The new work shall be differentiated from the old and shall be compatible with the massing, size, scale, and architectural features to protect the historic integrity of the property and its environment. So I could lean on this to say yes to that. And so I want to bring that point up in case anyone has anything to add.
Am I on?
Is that Don?
Yes.
We closed? Oh, you know what?
Are
If
you
we
close?
have, we are opening again.
Oh, I didn't know you were close. I didn't.
I didn't know either, Don. All right, but I'm opening just in case we were. So yes, sir.
It's just to address the trees again. The Brents have planted probably close to 40 new trees. I mean, this landscaping they've really planted this house well. So if we can count trees in the arrears for the one we're taking down, I think that would be appropriate. And you can see the stepping stones that are coming off the old deck. They're in place today. More than likely, that's probably what's going to happen there. I don't think it'd be a paved sidewalk. I think it'd be a landscape path. That upstairs is his space to work from home with 2 children at home and a wife working from home. They're both full-time, and then childcare help for that's his man cave. So if it's raining, he can make a dash. Specifically put this stair on the outside of the building to help manage scale and to help articulate the wall. That was a very conscious decision to not add any more size to this building than we needed. We're as short as we possibly can be to have functional space. You can see that in our side elevations. I think this house, the garage, scales very appropriately to the scale of the house.
Okay.
We did not show the entire house in our drawings, but you can see that from the side elevation, go to 2.3. Let me get my numbers up here.
Have slide 12.
Yeah,
pulled up.
2.2. We're clearly way below the scale of the main house, and I think very subservient to it, and skinny to the Belvedere Avenue. I mean, the angle is really a practical function in order to just maintain the drivability of that motor area, which is gravel, or that's concrete. The driveway is actually gravel. None of that's changing. And I think on 2.3, which is the side elevation. Where is it? Oh. I keep jumping. Is this on 2.2? This essentially shows the extent of the main house compared to the garage. I mean, we're a third of that scale. So while it is a 2-story structure, I didn't really believe that the house can handle it. I'm very curious. I'd love to compare this house to the Van Lanningham. I bet they would. These 2 houses are anomalies. They're in our neighborhood. There just aren't any other houses that approach these houses. in terms of scale or stature. It's essentially a one-story neighborhood, but of course the 2 stories are coming in. The house to the behind us is also a full 2 stories, by the way, to the right of the garage. That would be our rear yard neighbor. Is got a good scale about itself.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Don.
Thank you.
Did you have a question for Don?
Yes, I do. So Don, to address Commissioner Hayden's concern about not trudging through wet grass to get to the steps. And then you also got, double doors there on that side of that garage. Would some kind of a patio or something be appropriate for access to those side steps?
No, that's just really, should they entertain, it offered respite from weather. That third bay could be set up for a business function, added space. I don't think the only paving that I would envision going down here is going to be a stepping stone walk, similar to us leaving the deck to the fire pit. I'm not seeing any additional patio space. They've got, with this covered porch, they've got great covered outdoor space, and then the lawn. So I suspect if I were doing the landscaping here, we would come off the breezeway at the garage and just move along the side of the garage with stepping stones to those stairs. And that would be it.
Okay, thank you.
All right. We will now close. Okay, we're at 6:32, people. We still have more applications to hear, so thoughts, Commissioner Goodwin?
I'd like to vote a motion to approve this application in that it is not incongruous with the district. It meets the guidelines for new construction, Chapter 6, and accessory buildings, Section 8.10, and then also Secretary of Interior Standards 2.5, as was mentioned earlier. And really the only condition that I have is to provide window and door specs that meet HDC standards.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Goodwin. Motion made by Commissioner Goodwin, seconded by?
Second.
Commissioner Whitlock. All right. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Bonaparte?
No.
Commissioner Hayden?
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen?
No.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to approve passes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to 2. All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let the record show that I'm recusing from the next one.
Thank you. And PJ will be stepping in as to chair the meeting. So our next agenda item is, again, we're skipping number 10. We're going to number 11, 616 South Summit Avenue. Doris and Stanley, are you on?
Yes, we are.
Hi, welcome. Have you been sworn in?
No, we have not.
Okay, we'll do that first.
Do we need to be at separate computers or at the same computer?
Just as long as we can hear you both, any way you want to do it is fine.
Okay, can you hear us well?
Yeah, we'll be at the same computer.
Sweating it there, weren't you? Yes, I hear you very well.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
All right, please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Great, thank you.
Okay. This application is for window replacement. In the interest of time, I'm just going to turn it straight over to Doris and Stanley. I would just like to say first that this is an after the fact application and the commission needs to review it on its merits as if the project has not yet occurred. Doris and Stanley, if you would just state your names and your address for the court reporter and spell your last name, please.
Doris Reed, REED, 9123 Torrance Creek Court, Huntersville, North Carolina.
Stanley Reed, REED, 9123 Torrance Creek, Huntersville, North Carolina, 28078.
Thank you. I am on slide 3, and I will move through the slides for you. You just tell me when to advance.
Okay.
Okay, good evening. First of all, we'd like to apologize to the commission in that the windows were removed without permission. As soon as we were aware that the permission needed to be granted, we got in contact with the historical committee so that we can make sure going forward, anything that we do at 616 South Summit is in compliance with all of the rules and regulations of the historical commission. So our project started, we were working in the house to, because it had severe termite damage in the interior of the home. And as they were getting the termite damage out, it was moisture and termite damage to the windows, extreme wood rot in the seals and the frame. So the windows have to be replaced. We'll go to the next slide, please. Okay, so this is Summit as it, this is before picture of Summit, as this aerial view is from February 2019. You can see the original windows on the left side of the house and the front side of the house. Next slide, please. These are pictures of the front elevation, how it exists right now. And the right side elevation, the windows are covered. The left elevation exists in pictures, the windows, they're blocked in, and the rear windows. So the front elevation, there's not going to be any change to the front elevation with respect to the windows. This is a picture of the right side before, which shows the type of windows that were there. And this is the right side now. The next slide, please. I'm sorry, I'm talking and not telling you to advance. Okay, go back one slide, please. Pay attention here. Okay, so that's the existing right side. So go to the next slide. So on the right side, you know, we propose to change the full window, Genwell Hourglass Pine double hung windows. These are all wooden windows that we're proposing to put reinstall. So as you can see on this side elevation, we have one single window, then you have two double windows, which is 2 and 3. Then 4 is a small window for the, that's where a bathroom is. And then 5 and 6 are double windows that'll be put in there. Next slide, please. Okay, and so I have a picture of the windows. They are colonial style, 3, you know, they have the 3 panes at the top, clear at the bottom. And that's how the window that is going to be replaced there. And we will be painting them and matching the trim. The trim will be the required.
On the present colors right now, it was brown to go with the trim around the roof, and we're going to try to bring it close to that color as possible.
And this is a picture. The next slide is a picture of the actual product that we'll be using, the RLS, and it is back to slide 12. Yeah, That's just a picture of the type of product that's being used for the windows. And it's pure wood and we'll be able to, we do think that it will match and be in compliance with what is required. Okay, the next slide is the pictures of the actual frame width and height and all the windows that are going to be installed.
So basically, we're gonna try to match what was there. And this is what we went to Home Depot, and that's what we came up with that was close to what was there. We wanted to go with a maintenance-free window, like aluminum clad or something, but we was told we need to go back with what need to put back in there what was there, and what was there was all wood. So that's why we've tried to find an all wood window. So we're ready for questions.
There are no callers,
All right.
so back to you.
Great. Commissioners, what questions of the applicant do you have?
I'd like to jump in if I
Okay,
can.
go ahead, Krista.
So I'm just curious, before when you made the decision, when you realized the windows were in such disrepair that they couldn't be saved, I guess I'd like to hear more about that, actually, how you came to that conclusion. But what were you planning to replace them with before? Did you find, I mean, I know you just mentioned you were considering an aluminum clad. Was that your original plan?
No. Our original plan was to keep the windows in. But as we started tearing things out, we realized the damage was from the foundation all the way up to the ceiling. And two of y'all associate came out and they saw where the existing termite damage and rot was in the windows and areas and so forth where we took the windows out. But it was a severe termite damage and rot. So yeah.
The replacement windows, we just started, after we found out that we shouldn't have took them out, we looked at the pictures and we just took it and tried to get windows that match what was there. And we knew we had to, based on the standards in the handbook of what it says, that's when we started looking. We hadn't even decided on a window.
We first started tearing things out.
Got it. Okay. So the on the front elevation, those windows, I understand just from the information provided that those front windows were changed to plate glass before Wesley Heights was a historic district. Is that accurate? Is that correct?
Yes, my father owned this house and I think they were changed years ago, but I can't verify it. What year?
Okay. So have you, when you priced out these Jaldwin replacements that you found to match what was there, did you also price out replacing those two front windows as well? So all of the windows are the same?
No,
we didn't because they were there. I mean, after we found out we shouldn't have took the other ones out and those were there, I didn't realize, and really I didn't realize till later that those were not original windows. From the inside, they look like they're original from because they're double pane and you really don't see windows like that anymore. I mean, I don't. And so I didn't realize they weren't original. So no, we hadn't planned because, I mean, there's nothing wrong with those windows.
Okay. I personally, I'm curious to hear what everyone else thinks, but the front elevation is so impactful. I mean, that is one of the most important elevations, and I would love to see the original windows. I think that takes it back to its original character to see the, those also have the same windows in them. But I'm curious to hear what everyone else thinks. Thank you.
So that's, Mr. and Mrs. Reed, just kind of a comment. I mean, our standard for replacing windows is incredibly high. And, the amount of documentation that we require to prove that a window is beyond being repaired it's pretty extensive. Do you have any pictures of the termite damage and the rot? Just because, I mean, looking at the pictures you've provided from the outside, the windows look like they're in great condition. They've got a storm window over it, giving it additional protection from the elements. I mean, is there any other pictures you have that could just showcase how bad a condition the windows were in? Because right now, they don't look too bad from what's been provided.
Okay, and what pictures are you looking at, sir?
And what pictures am I looking at? I'm looking at the ones that you provide. Let's go. So right there, from where I'm sitting, I see a nice storm window over a window that looks perfectly operable and not damaged beyond repair. So do you have any pictures that showcase the rot and the termite damage?
Okay, those pictures there, Mr. Caldwell had vinyl siding placed over those windows, so that's why you cannot see the wood. That's vinyl siding that you're looking at.
So if this is all the pictures that you're giving us for us to make a decision on whether or not those windows are beyond repair, I would say those windows are not beyond repair. So I'm asking, do you have any other pictures that showcase the rot and the termite damage?
We don't have any other pictures that showcase it. When the individuals that we had inside the house start tearing out, the whole house had termite damage with the foundation. The floor had fell. I mean, it was like the termites had eaten everything up. There was water going into the bottom. It's a little small area in the basement that it's a little room down there, and the water had just seeped up into the wood. So when the individuals we had in the house started tearing out, because in order to raise the house back up, you had to tear out the foundation and everything for them to get in there, because the house was actually unsafe. Even though it may appear that way on the outside, on the inside was totally different. So they started tearing it out. So at that particular time, we didn't know we needed to go in there and take pictures of everything that they were tearing out, because to us, that was interior. And so when they were tearing it out, we did not take pictures. We don't have any pictures of the inside. The only pictures we could take right now is basically everything that's in there is almost all new wood on the inside of the house with the foundation, because there's so much wood right in there.
Okay, excuse me, sir. Can you go to can someone go to picture number 8? Okay. When some historical society folks came out there, we showed them a close-up of those windows, and all of those frames from top to bottom was totally rotten. All of that stuff is totally rotten. And yes, we do have pictures that can show the total rotten boards there. But as far as the windows, no, we don't have any pictures of the windows that came out. But right now, if like I said, we had 2 folks out there, and they can tell you that, like I say, we do have pictures of those trims right there. All of those are totally rotten. Yes, sir.
Okay. And again, I mean, our standards for replacing are incredibly high, because it's, fairly simple to replace trim. Again, without seeing pictures, I mean, it's really of the actual damage to the wood, to the windows. It's really, guesswork at this point. But commissioners, any other questions of the applicant?
And that's why we apologize for that. I mean, for the action taken prior to. I mean, it was not intentionally. And now, we understand totally.
Okay. Commissioner Lindberger.
I just wanted to clarify with staff. I'm a little bit confused on when staff went to inspect the project, and if the windows actually were there when staff went to. some of the HDC staff see the windows? Christy, could you clarify?
I'm going to kick that to Cindy because Cindy and Candace were the ones that went out.
Hey, Krista. So we went after the windows had already been taken out. So what you're seeing in the photo on the screen right now is what we were looking at.
Okay, and the windows were gone,
The windows were already gone.
like off-site, thrown, gone. Okay.
Yeah, I believe, and the applicants can confirm, I believe they said they filled the dumpster and it was gone. It basically got taken off site before we got there.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, commissioners, any other questions of the applicant? All right, let's close for deliberation. Again, commissioners, you need to consider this application as if it was before the fact, based on the evidence that's been provided. All right. Who would like to kick us off?
Well, I will just make the comment that if the windows were wood prior to, that we are that the applicant is proposing to replace them with wood windows. So I see that as a good thing. But that's all without harping on the fact that shouldn't remove windows at all unless it can be proved that the windows are completely deteriorated. I mean, replacing wood for wood is what we would want.
Anyone feel like floating a motion?
I would like to hear others weigh in on the front. I know that the part of the proposal is not replacing the front plate glass windows. But I'm just curious what everyone else thinks of that. I mean, I felt really strongly when I saw this and then realized that that wasn't part of the proposal.
Kristen, this is Christy. I am almost 100% certain that this was done pre-district. So if they're not proposing to replace these, we can't mandate that they do.
Okay, that's the clarification I needed. Thanks.
Okay, you're welcome.
All right, commissioners, looking for a motion. Remember, our guidelines state that you should repair and not replace windows. Only windows that are beyond repair should be replaced. I can't make a motion.
I'm happy to start a motion. I'm just not sure. I mean, we can't make them go find the original windows. Right? I mean, that's not an option.
Historic, and agreed, and this is always kind of the challenge with these after the fact, with these after the fact applications. But historically, with this situation, and every situation is different, we've denied the window replacement because there hasn't been enough evidence to show that the windows were beyond repair. Historically, but again, it's not my motion.
I mean,
Go ahead, Michelle.
I will just say, I mean, at this point, the windows are missing.
Yep.
So we do have a guideline that mentions that. So I just wanted to mention it, that we can, at this point, state that it's missing. But I don't know if that goes against the fact that this is after the fact and we have to treat this as if the windows are not missing. So
You have to treat it
can
like the
forget
wind.
that.
You have to treat it like the windows are not missing.
And it's also, we also need to come to a resolution because we can't leave the house without windows. So to me, this is most similar to the project you heard earlier with the siding that was the original siding that was lost. I will say though that finding original windows of this size to fit in these openings is a lot more difficult than finding siding of the same vintage. Yes, sir.
Let's go Phil and then we'll go Scott.
I just wanted to add one thing. Yeah, the windows are gone. We don't know what they were like, but Mr. Reed has a compelling argument. The windows are gone, the frames are still there. And then if you look at that right side elevation where the condensing unit is, and look at some of those frames, as Mr. Reed said, those frames were rotted and had termite damage. And it looks like there is some pretty significant damage there. So I think that that is a pretty compelling piece of evidence for the case that, you know, the windows should be replaced.
Scott?
I agree with Commissioner Goodwin, and I guess if we're supposed to look at it as if it is, well, you can't look at it as if they're there, but I mean they're the ultimate you can't repair right now because they're gone, and it's just I think that the applicants are doing. Had they been able to establish that they were rotted and beyond repair, they seem very willing and have gone to the effort to make a good decision with the replacements. And I think that goes a long way.
So, and whomever makes the motion, it just needs to be explicitly clear as to why we're making an exception to replace windows based on the facts that we've been given. And I say that because the message that we would send out, in my opinion, is go replace your windows, get caught, come before the commission, and the commissioner go, oh, well, shame on you, go ahead and finish the work, right? It essentially negates that standard for restoring windows.
Christie,
in my opinion.
We don't have any ability to be punitive, do we? I don't know how that.
We don't.
So, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how we would do that.
I don't have an answer.
So with previous applications where we've denied them because they didn't have the evidence to prove that the windows were beyond repair, they went off and worked with, with the HCC staff. What was the resolution?
Well, so I will say previous applications, the situation has been they have already installed the new windows that also don't meet our standards. So the resolution was that you need to install windows that do meet our standards.
Okay.
I can't recall, Cindy, I can't recall one where we've kind of caught them mid-project and it's been boarded up. Most times they've already swapped them out. They're already there.
Okay.
Can I ask a question of staff?
Always, yes.
What was the condition of the jams that staff observed in the site visit?
I turn that to Cindy because I didn't attend. Oh, we can't hear you.
So I think I'm going to ask Candace to opine. It wasn't me taking the lead on this on the site, and I think she's the one who documented with photos.
Candace, can you join?
Hi, yes.
Hi.
So from what I can recall, the wood that's there now was like dimensional lumber. It wasn't like trimmed out nice framing of these windows. It was more rustic in a way, if that makes any sense.
So the frames were already gone and all that was left was the stud work, essentially?
From what I can recall, yes.
Did you observe the evidence of termite damage and moisture damage that's been described to us?
So when we arrived, the entire interior had been gutted and there was no flooring. It was just joists, so you couldn't actually walk inside to get an observation of the window. All we could see was what you're seeing in this picture before you, which is the boarded up window from the exterior. There are some additional photos in a case file, in a temporary case file, Christy, that shows the interior as much as we could.
Candace, I can't add, I didn't know
Okay.
that. So we can't pull those up right now. But what the commission could do is continue this application for additional photos of the existing conditions, of close-ups of the jams outside, because it looks like it's boarded up from the inside. So you could at least get some additional photos and ask if they can get some photos from the interior to show the conditions of the windows.
Okay. All right, commissioners.
Sorry, PJ.
Go ahead, Jess. Sorry.
No, I would just reiterate what you've already alluded to, which is that, you know, as a matter of consistency, this doesn't meet the standard that we require of every other application for this ask. But if they're, but working towards resolution, which I think is also our responsibility, it appears that the property owners have sort of done their due diligence and are proposing the closest possible replacement that meets the standards that are in place now. And so I think that if we could get whatever additional documentation to understand the extent of the termite and moisture damage in the areas around the windows, that may at least give us additional evidence to base a decision on.
So we do have somebody from the public that would like to speak.
I have not.
All right, please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great. Will you state your name and address, please?
I'm Kim Parati. I'm at 612 Grandin. And I just want to say that I'm in agreement with the commission that taking out windows is a no-no. I think that the applicants have stated that they didn't know and now they do. They are not the first applicants to come before the board saying that. And I would like to just remind the board, the commission, that our charge is to preserve the structure. This structure right now is not completely protected because it does not have windows. And the applicants have or do seem to have done their due diligence after the smack on the hand. And they are willing to put in windows that are HDC approved. I understand that we don't want to set a precedent for people who want to beg forgiveness instead of asking for permission. But much like the case that was cited by Christy with the siding that we saw today, I'll echo the sentiments that I expressed then. Our charge is to protect the structure, not just the windows, but the entire building. So to spend more time looking for more information to come to the same conclusion, I think is not a wise choice. I think we should allow them to put in windows that are HDC compliant and protect the structure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Christy, is there anyone else from the public that signed up to speak or called in?
No.
Okay. Commissioners, any other questions of the applicant? All right, so let's close for deliberation. Looking for a motion.
I'll float a motion, and I just, let me know if you would like to add more detail that makes it clear. Anyway, I'll put it out there and see if anyone wants to add something to it. I make a motion to approve this application for a replacement of the windows per standard 4.4, numbers 10 to 21 for replacement windows.
Okay. Do we have a second on the motion?
Second.
Okay. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Just the clarification is 4.14. I think it is 4.4.
Standard 4.14, yes.
Yes, 4.14, and it's specifically the section on replacement windows, which is 10 through 21.
Okay.
Krista, this is Christy. There are I just noticed there are two different spec sheets in here, one for the Geldwin full wood and one for Geldwin sightline. So if you would just specify which they're supposed to use.
Okay, so the sightline is not full wood?
No, it's a clad product.
Okay, so I would add to that, replacement of windows with the Geldwin solid wood presented.
Yes.
Thinking that.
What was that, Nisha? Was that Nisha?
Sorry, Krista, it was Cindy. I was stating that you might want to state something on the record as to why this is an exception to the rule.
Well, that was what I was heading out before when I said I'll float a motion. I needed to see if we needed to add something for clarity. So I might need some help with how I should word that appropriately. Just add on that this is an after the fact approval allowed because the original windows are not available or are no longer.
I would cite the deterioration explained by the applicants with the extensive termite damage and rot.
Okay. So Scott or Phil, who seconded? Ms. Phil, do you accept that amendment or update?
Yes.
Okay. Any other discussion on the motion? Motion to approve submitted by Krista, seconded by Phil. Any discussion? All right, commissioners, let's vote. Commissioner Hinman,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Lindberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen, yes. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you.
And we are welcoming Chairwoman Parati back. Do you want to keep going?
Sure. Well, so it is right at 7.
Yes.
We have 2 more applications.
3 more applications.
3 more applications. Who's available to stay? Whitlock, I am. Karate, Hayden, Bonaparte. That's 1, 2, 4 of us. We need how many?
Well, I just want to make sure we have quorum for number 13 and 14, or number 14, which Jessica will leave the meeting if that is her case. And we need 6 people.
Okay.
And I have to leave on 13.
And you have to leave on 13.
Well, I'm recused on 13.
So we should have enough. Krista.
So
Yeah, I'm challenged, I will say, to stay.
Well, let's do this. Could we hear one more? And then the 2 that we don't get to, we'll put at the top of the June meeting.
That sounds good to me. So we have 2 for, yeah, that.
Okay.
Mhm.
So we'll hear number 12, and then cases 13 and 14 will be heard at the very beginning of the June meeting then.
All right,
Okay,
thanks all.
thank you. Katie, are you with us?
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, hi, welcome.
Thanks for having me.
Have you been sworn in?
I have not.
Okay,
All right, if you will please, Katie, raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you.
the next application is for painted brick. It too is an after the fact application. There are a couple of photos of what it looked like before. Slide 4. Slide 5 is what it looks like now. Slide 6 is some before and afters of the back of the house. And then there's some comparison to neighboring houses. Katie, I'm just going to turn it right over to you. If you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, and please spell your last name.
Sure. I'm Katie Perez, spelled P-E-R-E-Z. I live at 1552 Merriman Avenue. This is my first home, so I was very proud to make that purchase and move. And I first and foremost just want to apologize, as I was not aware that painting brick required application and approval from the Historic Commission, and that is simply my ignorance in not owning a house before and also not owning a house in a historic district. My reasoning for painting was really just to enhance its original state and brighten the home, and remove the darkness and the mismatched brick that it had before, and also to help with the preservation of the home and the brick, and wanted to make it more cohesive with the neighboring homes. So unfortunately, I don't have any more before photos to show you today. But if you have any questions and if there's anything that I can help, I really want to do this right.
Okay.
What actions needed.
All right. Do we have anyone on the line, Christy?
No callers.
Katie, did your real estate agent or your closing attorney mention to you that this is a historic district?
Yes.
And what did that mean to you, knowing that you were in a designated historic district?
To me, that meant not changing the structure of the home, and that any additions and major structural changes needed to go before the commission. Honestly, with me being a first-time homeowner, painting brick sounded and seemed like a cosmetic change rather than structural. So that's where I
All right. You have a copy of our standards now, yes.
yes, I have looked
Okay.
and familiarized myself.
All right. Commissioners, questions for Katie? Before we close, going once, going twice. All right. Yeah, Commissioner Hayden.
Looking at the two pictures that you have, which is very, very minimal, the reasons most people come in and give us for why they want to paint the brick do not seem evident in the front facade, nor what I can see on the rear facade. Admittedly, the rear facade gets pretty fuzzy when you try to blow it up big enough to see the mortar joints. But on the front, you know, I see a couple of joints that are a little wider. I don't see a lot of mismatched brick or anything like that evident in these pictures, or this picture at least. Were there areas much more evident of mismatched brick and poor joint repair and that sort of thing on other facades? Or is this typical of what it looked like when you decided to paint it?
I believe there was some of that on the sides of the house. And unfortunately, I just don't have the pictures.
Well, typically what we do in these kind of cases is we would ask you to go and locate on those facades and put some kind of tape or something like that where these areas of damage and mismatched brick and that sort of thing, which in reality will still be somewhat evident if they're the kind of thing that we might have given you permission to paint over. And I would think that might be the direction we would like to see this go. That's what we've done the last couple times, is ask for them to tape off the areas where the repairs were such that they couldn't do it right. Right now, I don't see anything that couldn't have been done by a good mason in a couple of days max. So, you know, that's my position. I'm not going to support.
Okay. All right. Any other questions, commissioners, before we close? All right, let's close for deliberation.
Can I speak here?
Let's open.
Yeah.
Who is, sorry, who are you?
I am Dr. Luis Perez. I'm Katie's father.
Okay, we need to get you sworn in.
All right.
All right, Dr. Perez, if you will, please, sir, raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Yes, sir. Please state your
Yes, I have walked the Wilmore neighborhood extensively, as has Katie. And there are other brick homes that are painted light colored like this. I have no idea, and they still maintain that, and they've been like that for some time. It is also my fault that, you know, I encourage this because there were some damages to nothing major, and the gentleman is correct. I'm sure a good mason would have done it, but I just didn't realize how delicate it was to paint the exterior of the home in a historic section, and we apologize. However, there are other homes, there are precedents where other homes are painted light colors. And this is a 1962 home. This is not a 1930s or 40s, much more historic home. This is a more recent home in the 1960s. And there were more little damages in the brick. There were little damages in the windows that we caulked and so forth, but nothing major. Now that it's painted, I would like to know what are the consequences that you consider, if you could explain that to me.
Well, we're going to close for deliberation, Dr. Perez, and we'll explain it then. And then if you have additional questions, I think we'll be very clear. But if you have additional questions, staff is always open to having those conversations. Fair?
Yes, and if you could explain to me the precedents of other homes that are painted and why they're allowed to be the remaining light color painted brick.
So I will say that their homes are not before us. There are a number of reasons why other homes have been painted. Maybe it was before the neighborhood was designated. Maybe it's that they are not compliant. But currently, we're talking about Katie's home, 1552, and so that is what is before us. The guidelines, the standards are very clear about painted brick. It's incredibly clear. So we can't speak to other homes, but we will do our best to guide you on this one.
And just to add to that, though, Wilmore was made historic in 2010. So there are houses with painted brick that were painted before then that are grandfathered in. So, and I know that's apparent, evident on, you'll see it on Merriman, you'll see pockets all through Wilmore. So Mr. Perez, that's one reason as well. 12 years isn't that long ago.
Thank you for that clarification.
All right, we will reclose for deliberation. All right, Dr. Perez wants to know what we're going to do. Yes, Jim.
I feel like Jim offered a potential.
So.
Sound like a motion.
Oh, okay, so we are going to look for, Dr. Perez said that there wasn't major damage. And the brick has been painted now. So a suggestion you made, Commissioner Hayden, is to take pictures and I
Tape it off.
yeah, and tape it off. Do you think that we'll see what we need to see at this point?
I have no idea. Yeah, but I have no idea whether we will or we won't, but that's one of the solutions we've used on this situation in the past. And I will say that in those instances where we have the few pictures that we got, and the pictures that we got post-painting showed a lot more problematic masonry than these pictures do. So I'm not sure. I'm trying to give them some justification for doing what they did when they probably didn't have it.
I think it might be helpful, and we'll get to Commissioner Hyman. I think it might be helpful to let them know what to expect if we don't find major disparities in the brick. Commissioner Hyman.
Yeah, I was actually just going to piggyback on Commissioner Hayden's comment because I think we're thinking of the exact same application. And Christy, I assume that you are too, where the house was sold and the non-compliance transferred to the new owners, and the new owners used like blue painter's tape to tape off the areas of damage and inconsistencies and gave us a million photos of those areas, and that was the evidence that we needed in order to accept the painting per the standards. Is that correct? Sorry, I can't hear you.
Correct, sorry.
I mean, I think in an effort to work with the homeowner towards resolution, in my opinion, we should extend the homeowner that opportunity. And we obviously have an application that did meet the standards that they could look to.
Should we maybe mention what the recourse would be if there are not major issues? Dr. Perez said that he agreed there were not major issues. So I think in order to be fair to them so that they can wrap their minds around what's coming next, if they are not able to meet the burden of proof, we should share that with them. No?
So one of the commissioners who is not on this review at this time would probably suggest the products that we have as a commission that slowly remove the paint. Is that an accurate thing to say?
I'll look to Christy to answer that.
We have required test spots before. I believe this is smooth brick.
To answer the chairperson's question, that is my perception of what the next opportunity for resolution might be.
Correct.
And the commissioner who usually shares that is not presently sitting on this review right now, so I'm going to share it for that person.
Thank you.
So, and there are very specific products that this commission has approved for use, because there are a lot of products widely available at Home Depot and Lowe's and other big box type stores that are not appropriate for use, that do more harm than good when trying to take off the paint. The commission also doesn't approve any kind of blasting. Staff does have a list of those products, and they are available, but they do take a little more time to obtain and the right weather conditions to use.
So I think it's wonderful to give Katie the opportunity to prove that this brick warranted being painted. However, to her father's point, I think it's also a good idea to at least prep them mentally for what comes next if they don't meet the burden of proof. So with that being said, Commissioner Hayden, you want to float a motion?
I'm not sure, I guess we're continuing to ask them to try to document and present to us a case for why it was painted.
Yes.
Something.
Yes.
So I'm looking at this picture on Zillow. There's a few more pictures, and there's one, you can see pretty clearly the front from the porch. This is a very heavy texture brick, and removing the paint is probably not, there's no chance that can happen properly. It's going to look terrible. And so doing tests on this, I don't know. Would it be possible to ask them to take all these pictures that are available on Zillow and blow them up and try to identify via the pictures? Because they're pretty, I mean, it's a pretty clear picture. I think you could, and if you could zoom in on that, you could pick out the imperfections.
Much like windows, we have had cases before us where people wanted to paint the brick. And just from what I can see here, it looked so much worse than that, and we didn't grant them permission.
Yeah, it does not look bad in these pictures.
I do think giving them an opportunity to, show how bad some of the brick or the repair work is reasonable.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. In the back of their minds, they should know what to expect if it, for some reason, is not, the disrepair is not substantial enough for us to have granted that permission. But I do think you're absolutely right. We should give them the opportunity.
Okay, I will make a motion to continue this request with the condition that the applicant seeks to document either through previous existing photographs from some of the real estate sales agencies and Zillow and places like that, and or through going around and using their own memories as to where obvious flaws might still be evident. They're just all the same color now, to document for us the extent of the damage that they covered up.
All right.
Recognizing that if that is not satisfactory to us, there are other steps that we will require.
Do you want to set a standard?
I don't know what it is. Somebody tell me. 5.5, number 3.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Hayden, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Goodwin. Any further discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Okay, Commissioner Lineberger?
I really just had a few comments, really for the applicant. And one is, I'm sure there must be an inspection report that might highlight some of these areas that they've described. And also just I just wanted to reiterate how knowledgeable our staff member Candace is and what an expert she is on brick and masonry and paint removal and repairs and those types of things. I just wanted to reiterate that.
That was brilliant. Thank you, Commissioner Lineberger. Commissioner Heineman?
Sorry, I just accidentally left my hand up, but I agree with everything Commissioner Lineberger just said.
Okay. All right. Let's vote. Commissioner Bonaparte?
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden?
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion passes to continue this application 8-0. All right. Thank you, Mr. and Ms. Perez. All right,
Number?
8-0. Wait. Oh, sorry. All right. I know we have to go. Thank you for staying longer, Commissioner Lineberger. Why don't you all, the people who were supposed to review the minutes, why don't you keep that fresh in your mind for June's meeting, please? Is anyone ready to go now before we lose core?
Do January.
Okay, all right, so motion?
Motion to approve with one modification, change application, 2021-00508, 313-315 West Kingston. We did not, the decision is not stated in the decision statement. All the issues, but it doesn't say whether we deny, approve, or continue, which is what we did.
All right.
Jill also reviewed and gave me 2 notes for page 10 and 14 that are minor changes.
Is that January?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right. So do you want to state them? For the
Sure.
record?
They're like minor edits, like page 10 proposal should say 1 tree will be instead of we had an is or will. And then page 14, sightline from Jeldwin. She wasn't sure what was meant by that. And I think what they meant is the sightline product for a Jeldwin window, and we can certainly clarify that.
Okay, thank you, Christy. All right, so motion made by Commissioner Hayden, friendly amendment accepted by Commissioner Hayden?
Yes.
And seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Bonaparte. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Bonaparte?
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden?
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to approve January's minutes passes 8-0. All right, for February and March, please, if you're on the list to review the minutes, review them and be prepared to vote on them in June. We have reached the end of the agenda for today. Is there any further business to discuss? No, so this meeting is adjourned at 7:34 p.m. Thank you all for staying later.
Yes, thank you, everybody.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.